Hey, it's me, Final Music. Sorry for the little late start. I was finishing up my lunch. But yeah, we're just gonna continue on with Defender Quest. I want to try to at least to get to the end of chapter 7. Like, at least try to get to the end of it. And after that, when we get to chapter 8, I don't know, I could like do a little bit of like grinding in the pain areas. And then maybe I'll swap games and such. But like, yeah. That's all I have to say, so let's get to the game. Oh yeah, I need to go change the background. Hold on. Is there a hint on what the game will be if swap? Look. Hey, Reno, how are you? How are you? No, it's not. There's no hint. The game I'm gonna swap to is uh, it's gonna be Mary Skelter, mostly because I'm like, I still want to continue like playing it with you guys. I still have my itch. I still have the itch. I still need to scratch it. Oh shoot, wait, hold on. We're watching the opening. No, we don't want to watch the opening again. Good opening, but we don't want to watch it again. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, I'm gonna continue showing Mary Sculpture finale just for a bit because I know what once we get out of the tutorial dungeons, the tree tutorial dungeons, we're gonna get into the real dungeon, and that's gonna take a little bit of a while, especially in playing the game on like fear mode, which is the hardest difficulty. And knowing me, I'm probably gonna like literally grind my ass off unless I just say screw the grinding. I'm just gonna go like keep going through everything in the dungeon and like run away from encounters, even though I never like running away. I like killing. I like spreading mayhem amongst the mayhem. I just need to I don't know, I have the urge to just paint the entire like dungeon in pink blood. I'm kind of like I'm kind of too bloodthirsty when it comes to Mary Skelter. I just kill everything on sight. I mean, like, Reno, I'm gonna put it like this. If you ever saw me did my Mary Sculpture streams back when I started my streaming career, you will know for a fact that when it comes to the nightmares, I always rush to like break them down. Even though in the story, they're immortal. Like they regenerate their limbs until you get to a certain point, and that's when you can actually kill them. But for some reason, every time I see a nightmare, I just instantly go, I'm gonna murder it. I'm gonna break its armor and run away. Because in the first Mary Sculpture game, if you break the nightmare's body parts and then you run away from it, you actually get a rare item for it and such. And because of that, it became like a habit of mine where I just constantly like look for the nightmare. The moment the nightmare is like, oh, I'm making my patrols around the dungeon. Like the moment I hear them, I'm like, it's grinding time. I'm gonna go start. I'm gonna go look for the nightmare. I immediately start hunting them down, even though I'm not supposed to yet. Does Mizu have a manga collection? I do, but it's very limited. It's very scarce. I don't really collect like mangas that much. I tend to read mines online. I don't own any like physical ones. The only one I have physical was like Fruits Basket. Like only the first three volumes of it, and that's it. Mostly because like I like Fruit Basket. I got introduced to it through my aunt, who really likes it a lot as well, and such. So I ended up getting like the first 3 volumes of it. Where am I supposed to? Where's the key? Hold on. Wait, I need to do a quick BRB. I need to use the restroom. I drank too much water. Hold on. Do you watch the original anime or the remake? I watched the original. I know about the remake, and I do know that the remake did finish the the whole, like, it went from the beginning to the end. Unlike the original anime, which, kind of stopped in the middle, or it was a little bit of its own thing and such. But like, yeah, I didn't saw the remake yet. I only well, not fully. I only saw like the first 2 episodes, and that's it. But I'll probably like watch it fully later on. But the original one, I definitely watched. I listened to that the original anime opening so many times, and me and my aunt were unironically like sing it in karaoke whenever we do karaoke night and such. It's very nostalgic for me. Very fond memories and such. But yeah, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom real quick. Don't worry, it won't take me long. Alright, I'm back. God, my liver or bladder. I don't know which I don't know which one people use to describe where the pee is located at, but I empty out the tank. I feel better now. God. Oh, my nose. Hold on, guys. Alright. Alright, I feel a little better. Alright. To blow my nose. When did you first saw Mel? I saw Mel Drew's clips. More specifically, it was the Choco Sensei Mel milking clip. That honestly made me like her because of how fucking hilarious that clip was. But then after that, I heard about like how she gets banned on YouTube because of her design. That she was given the name the Vampire, and I remember when Coco was still in Hololive when they did a meme review about Mel. They're like, oh, let's call her Bancho, which is like the leader of the delinquents, because you know her nickname was the Vampire, so they're like, oh, let's call her Bancho. He's the leader of the delinquents. But yeah, after that, I just kept like watching her streams, even though my Japanese wasn't that great. Eventually, when Mel was added to Hollow Kier, I literally wailed hard for her. I got a lot of copies of her. I got all of her outfits that was available on that update. And like, I did a bunch of runs with her. I even got her to like max like Oshi rank. And then eventually I did some challenge runs where I only had like her fang, her main weapon, and that's it. No like sub weapons. Just her fangs, and then a bunch of like, you know, other armor. Yeah, I would call it armor. Other armor stuff. And then I just try my best to figure out which build works well with Mel. And I managed to like beat all of the stages with her. I see something down there. I'm assuming there's like a way to get down there. I can't drop down. I wish I can, but oh well. I'm pretty sure there's something I need to do. Like there's like a hidden treasure chest that we didn't get last time. Wait, her confirmation of AX being Shina again and Niji Niji Sanji, EN concert Only positive is Kuro Noir, Hanae, and Kuzuha is going to be there the day after. AX. I never went there, so I don't know much of it. And everything. I don't really like going out to events that much. But I used to went on conventions like a while ago, but not that much anymore. Mostly because I don't really find them that interesting. I like to like stay home and just like play games. I'm a literal loner. I just like doing things by myself, or just play games or watch anime or manga. In recent years, there's a AX live stream for all days held called AX Light. AX Light on Twitch and YouTube. Oh, that's nice. But wouldn't it be better to actually go to the event? I think most people would rather go to the event than like watch a live stream of it. But you know, people do whatever they want. They can pick whatever they want to and how to enjoy the event and whatnot. But yeah, that's interesting to know. Wait. I think this is a boss battle. Hold on. Wait, what's the difference? They both give you a lot of magic from it. Like alpha and gamma. I think that's how you read it. Huh. Does Mizu have a history of playing GTA 4 and 5? Yes, I have played my fair share of GTA games. I don't really like... Well, 4 was actually decent. 5 is good. I feel like my personal favorite GTA game has to be Vice City. I like the vibes of that one a lot more. I don't think you're excited to return to Vice City when 6 arrives next year. Honestly, I don't look forward to GTA 6 because if I'm gonna be real with you, I feel like GTA lost its popularity and charm over the years. I know 5 is like the one people are like, oh my god, 5 is so great and such. You know, that's the one that everyone's been clamoring for a while. No, 5's not bad. I do like 5 and how it handled the dream main characters and such, but like, I don't know. I feel like the GTA games after 5, like the the GTA Dream, Vice City, and San Andreas quote unquote HD remaster collection, that was kind of a flop if you ask me, because it didn't ran good. It didn't even look good either. Like that collection was a disappointment, and like the only thing Rockstar's been doing with GTA was like GTA Online, and it was just meh. I didn't like GTA Online. No. So when 6 was announced and such, I just didn't really feel excited for it. Definitive, yeah, they market it as like a definitive edition, and I'm like, that's bull fucking shit. The game doesn't look that good. It also runs crap too. Also, thank you for the alert, Gwen. Welcome to the stream. Oh fuck. Should I save? I mean, I already made a backup save, but I'll just save after this battle then. I know we have to lose to get this step in. Oh my god, there's a random elf. It's kind of funny that they instantly recognize her as the new queen. I guess news spread fast. Oh, that's a red flag.
そうだな。知っておかねば身を守れないということもある。
獣人狩り。一体何が起こっているの？
Do you remember the titles that were in your uncle's collection? Like games, manga, anime? Which
あな
one?
たのものよ。
何なのだ？お墓に飾ってあったネックレス。
If it's games, then like
これは
my uncle owns all the Zeno games, like Gears and like the Saga trilogy. Also the Dog Hack games
サ
as
ティアス
well.
トラが亡くなる前にあなたに渡してほしいと私に託したものです。とても残酷な話だが、君たち獣人は種としての生息数、つまり人口が少ない。
Anime and manga? I don't remember like all the titles in it. I just remember a lot of
心ない人間どもによる獣人狩りが後を
I
絶たない
remember
からだ。
okay, the one I remembered the most was Girls Bravo.
人間による
I remember that one the most. I remember watching and reading it from him.
エルフもオーガも一般的にはみんなそう思ってる。だけど希少な種である獣人
Honestly, that series was funny. The fact that the whole plot was that the guy has allergies towards girls, and the one girl he gets along with happens to not trigger his allergies. And like he gets sent to like this world where there's only girls and whatnot, which, you know, it's hell for him, except for that one girl that he ends up getting along with.
エントマの影響か、あるいは貧富の差による世の中の歪みとしか言いようがない。狂った金余りどもはもう何を考え始めるか分かったものじゃないのさ。
Also, I need to double check something. Was there a moment where they didn't say anything? No, this one's voice acted. Alright, I didn't miss
一
anything.
方で貧しい獣人は自らの子を売りに来る者すらもいると聞く。
ひどい。何なのこの世界。恥ずかしい話だよ、人として。ゾッとする。
ハンターと名乗るその人間たちは望んだ部位を覗き去った上で犠牲者の亡骸を人目のつかないこのリザリアの森に遺棄してゆくのです。半年前ストルフィルで獣人狩りがありました。その時に連れてこられたのは2人、メギル・アストラとサティ・アストラ。この森で殺害されようとしていたところを私たちが救出したのですが、2人とも瀕死の重傷を負っていました。
Is the Girls Bravo DVD the first print Funimation or Save Edition? I don't think Funimation was a ding, because I didn't see any Funimation tag on it yet. It was probably a first print. And whatnot. Like, my memories are like very vague. And so she still has it, but how do I word it? He put all of his collections in a box and put it in his closet because he had to make room for other things. Because my family, we like to like change rooms often. Like, you know, one year, like, oh, this room belongs to my uncle. The next year it belongs to my aunt because, you know, they agreed like, oh, let's swap rooms because of like, you know, blah 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 sort of thing. So he had to like move rooms every now and then. So because of that, he kept his collection in a box and he just puts it in the closet, and I haven't seen it since. It's still there, but I just haven't seen the contents of it in a while. It's gonna wait. Genneon, right? I have no idea. I honestly don't know. It's been a long time.
彼らは事切れるまで繰り返していたよ。家が襲われた時、娘のアルを床下に隠した。助けてあげてほしいと。翌日、町へ保護しに向かったが、アル、君はすでに旅立った後だったんだ。
アルは確か家出から戻ってご両親と過ごした夜に気がついたら一人になっていたって言ってた。
Yeah, something doesn't add up.
しかも家の中が荒らされていて、これでお話がつながったわ。もしかして幼いアルの脳は辛すぎて当時の記憶を閉ざしてしまったのかも。心を守るために。アル、大丈夫？ごめんね。まさか君の親御さんが眠っているなんて思わなくてさ。なんと言葉をかけてよいのか私もわからないですけれど。アル、どうか。別に平気だぞ。残念だけど仕方ないのだ。アルもうすうす分かっていたし。さあ、もう行くのだ。
アル、お前。
なんだ、エニグマ。
お前、泣いてるぞ。
どうして？あれ？おかしいな。悲しくないのに。泣いてないのに勝手に涙が出てるのだ。おかしいのだ。何なのだこれは。春。シーナ、大丈夫。自然なんだよ。それは普通のことなんだ。春だって泣いていいんだよ。
Oh, poor Al. Even the little centipede is crying. Well, I mean, it's always crying. It's literally sad all the time. I saw the question on my anime list. If you could change one anime to be a hardcore ecchi, what would it be? What do you mean by hardcore ecchi? Do you mean like it's almost borderline hentai? Or is it like an ecchi that has sex scenes in it? Is that what you mean by hardcore ecchi? Because long time ago, ecchi did used to have sex scenes in it. Before they kind of like, you know, removed that and saved it for like R18 works. And whatnot, but like, yeah, what does one mean? What does hardcore ecchi mean? Because my definition of ecchi is like a bit different because of me knowing a little bit of the history of that genre. Also, oh no, ow.
Shina, これは一体あなたの時と同じです。
影に抑制された感情が限界を超えたんだわ。この子が奪われている心は悲しみ。
Oh great, we need to go beat up our friend now to remind her that it's okay to be sad. We need to take back her sadness. We need to give her back her depression. Their definition of ecchi is answers about sex scenes. Really? Really? Okay. If that was the case, I'm assuming hardcore is like almost borderline hentai sort of thing. Like, there's no sex scene in it, but you know, you can kind of see it being in that direction, sort of. If that was the case, then I don't want to do something too obvious like High School DxD, because I feel like that one was more action-based. Like, yes, it's ecchi, but like, I feel like it leaned towards more action for the most part. And whatnot. I'm not gonna deny the fact that High School DxD has like great fan service, but even I would admit that it's not borderline hentai though. Well, not. Well, I wouldn't say it's hardcore ecchi. That's why I meant not borderline hentai. I don't know. Maybe. I was thinking like interspecies reviewers, but I remember there was sex scenes in it, and I don't even think people consider that as a hentai at all. Like, most people consider it as like hardcore ecchi. Like, that's the funny thing about interspecies reviewing. A lot of people don't even consider that as hentai. Even though I went like, well, yeah, it's like old school ecchi, when back then it was okay to show sex scenes and ecchi genre stuff. But yeah, nowadays most people would just call it hentai. But anyway, chikubi and butt included. All right, gotcha. I would say. I'm kind of racking my brain with this now. This is a topic that is trying to make me think more than usual. Would Kiss Exist be considered like hardcore ecchi? I mean, there's a lot of scenes in it that implies intimacy, and the sisters do go a little crazy when it comes to the main character. And don't get me started with the other girls, like the teacher and the glasses girl, who at first was normal until she got a pee fetish later on in the series. And then there was the was she considered a petite girl / lolly girl. I think they consider her as a lolly, question mark, even though she's like the same age as the main guy. But anyway, that girl, she was also a little crazy too. But yeah, I would say Kiss XS might meet the requirements for a hardcore ecchi. Well, personally, I think that. Alright, death end time, guys. We shall get our death end.
ダメだ。一旦逃げろ。
がついて、もう私も
おいあれ。
More
やめろ。
handling.
あれ。
Oh, look at that. Everyone just became a puddle of blood. I'm assuming either Al, like, literally ripped them to shreds, kind of like what the humans did to her kind and her parents. But still, I'm surprised they don't show, like, I don't know, yawnery face Al or something. You know, Al is looking crazier than usual. And whatnot. All we see is just a giant pool of blood with everyone's weapon on the ground. Overall, not bad.
いなくなったのだ。どうしてなのだ。一人は嫌なのだ。
お前がやったんだろ。
シーナ。
あ。
Operation eroding over 45%.
You answered the requirement. Now choose which anime you wish to change to meet the requirements of Kiss Exist. It's kind of hard to answer because there's a lot of series I could. Well, there's actually a good chunk of animes I can kind of think of that can probably meet the requirements, but at the same time, I don't think so. I don't know. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard. Oh, close to us got chopped up and eaten. Oh, she ate them. She committed. Well, it's not. Well, technically it's not cannibalism, but they are humanoid, so I guess it's cannibalism then. Oh boy. What do we got for our troubles? More than me. This is good. This is actually pretty good. Let's give it to Clea. Clea's gonna take full. Yeah, she's gonna take full advantage of this. But yeah, I can't really think of like another anime. Well, not at the top of my head. I don't know. Preferably the series preferably the series that are not considered ecchi with stack waifus. Oh, okay, that sort of thing. Huh. Fuck, I can't think of one then, because a lot of the time whenever someone is like, oh, eating is considered hardcore ecchi, they're always ecchi. Like the genre that they have the tag in is always ecchi. So it's hard for me to like think of one that's not even considered ecchi, but still has like, you know, fan servicey stuff in it. Yeah, I can't think of one. It's hard. It's actually hard to think of one. I don't know. I don't know. God damn, I don't know. Wait. Alright, no way. There's no way they're gonna make this easy. We just beat Al so easily. I'm on hard mode. Yeah, what's the... Yeah, I'm on hard mode. Why is Al... What? Like, we beat Lily easily, too. We just beat Al easily. What the heck?
の子の記憶も外の
Let's see, some of the answers I've seen is One Punch Man isn't ecchi, it's mostly action. Yeah, there's like some fan servicey moments, but like it's not hardcore with the etchiness. Bleach is, I feel like it's just typical shonen. It's like, sorry, it's like a typical like classic shonen, like battle shonen fan servicey thing. So I don't think that's considered hardcore ecchi if you ask me. Jugoku, wait, Jigokuraku. I don't know if I could consider that as a hardcore ecchi. I don't know. That one I'm gonna debate about that as well. Let's see, Neptunian anime. I mean, the anime is literally just like fan service. It's literally just pure fan service. So yeah, I would say that would kind of meet the requirements for hardcore ecchi. That's the funny thing about the Neptune anime. It's literally like a abridged version of the first 3 games, but they amped up the fan service quite a lot. Engage Kiss. I don't know if I would call that a hardcore ecchi. I don't know if I would call it that. Personally, I wouldn't say. I don't think it would be considered that. Let's see, gamers. I don't know. I don't feel like gamers was that fan servicey either. It was some of it, yeah, but I didn't felt like it, you know, meet the requirements for a hardcore ecchi. The quintuplets. Oh, that. I don't know about that one either because it does have it, yeah, but I feel like it doesn't lean towards it a lot of the time. It's mostly about like the guy's relationship with the 5 sisters and like, you know, him helping them out with their studies, and eventually he has to figure out like, oh, which one did I marry? Well, not well, it's up to us, the readers, to figure out which one he married at the end, because that was literally the whole premise. Is like he's like, oh, I'm gonna get married to my wife, and then it's revealed that, oh, she has like 4 sisters that looks like her. They're quintuplets and whatnot, and it's up to us, the reader, to figure out who he ends up with. But even then, there wasn't that much of an emphasis towards the ecchi elements, so I would debate that that wouldn't really meet the requirements. And then wait, what was that one? Hold on. Oh, it's the sweets. Yeah. That one's definitely that one's definitely borderline ecchi. Yeah, the sweets, the sweets, anime and manga. Okay, that one I would agree. Yeah, that one definitely leaned towards like the hardcore ecchi stuff, even though it's mostly comedic in its nature. But yeah, that one. There was a lot of parts in that one that made me go like, yep, it's very ecchi. Oh. I was just a regular idol sim. Reasonable, like, very understandable of why she's like that.
必ず助けるぞ。バグ、覚悟しなさい。 任された。あれは何？勝負に出るわよ。勝負に出るわよ。あれは何？いい気分ね。
Alright, we need to go beat up Al. We need to turn her back to normal. We need to give her back her depression. We're totally good friends. Yay, we did it! We saved Al! We used her idol to beat her up. we got her Oshi to give her a smackdown. The question context is giving a specific anime interspecies reviewer lover ecchi. I would argue interspecies reviewer is like the old definition of ecchi. So I guess to the modern day it's considered hardcore ecchi. And whatnot. That's my argument for it. Because I think calling it a straight up hentai is kind of a... I wouldn't say it's a disservice, but I think it's a little bit inaccurate. Who knew that the little depressed centipede is like extremely fucked up? Who would have thought the depressed, cute looking centipede was secretly incredibly fucked up? Look at that, it's a crying owl. Don't worry, Al, you can just cry how much as you want. Your friends are gonna give you a shoulder for you to cry on so you can feel better afterwards.
しいよね。私たちもとても悲しいよ。シーナも泣いてるのか。どうして。
シーナは今あると同じ気持ちなんだ。
同じ。
シーナだけじゃない。私たちもあると同じ気持ちだ。
I mean, according to Arata, Shina does have dead parents, so she's able to relate to Al in that regard.
気持ちを共感できるのが人間だ。あるの悲しみは私たちの悲しみでもある。だから辛い時はそう言ってくれ。泣きたければいくらでも泣けばいいんだ。君には私たちがいる。決して一人だと思うな。
ある。悲しい。そうだ。この気持ちは悲しいなのだ。思い出したのだ。悲しいもあの夜のことも。それってあの夜人間がたくさん家に入ってきて、アルのお父さんとお母さんを傷つけてさらっていったのだ。アルはお母さんに床下に隠してもらって、それで助かったのだ。なのにどうしてアルは今まで忘れてたんだろう。人は辛すぎる記憶を自ら封印することがあるんだよ。心が壊れないようにするためにね。不思議なのだ。いっぱい泣いたらちょっとすっきりしたぞ。
涙というのはそのためにあるからな。
ありがとうなのだ、クレア。お父さんとお母さんはいなくなっちゃったけど、今はみんながいるのだ。
よし、それでいい。
クレア、優しいんですね。
ああ、そんなことはない。私は生き馬の目を抜く世界に生きる行商人だ。気を許すと痛い目に遭うぞ。
そうですね。お姉さんたち、ネックレスありがとう
Wait,
なのだ。
Mr. Elf?
これでアルはお父さんとお母さんといつでも一緒。お姉さんたち、ネックレスありがとうなのだ。
Wait, this is a typo. Or like they translate this wrong. The elf is a female. But here the English they wrote down Mr. Like implying that the elf is male, but the elf is female. Like Al in the Japanese dub, she called the elf Onet son, which is like, you know, older sister, essentially, and whatnot. So like, I guess if they were to translate this properly in English, they would probably do something like, oh, Miss Elf or Mrs. Elf, something around those lines, or Madam Elf. You know, something that indicates, you know, politeness of like addressing the person's position and such. Kind of like what we do in Vietnam. Like we call people who are older than us, like older brother or older sister, and like aunt or uncle, and grandpa and grandma. Like we address them by like their rankings, essentially based on like certain requirements. If you happen to be younger, like if the person you're talking to is like younger than you, you don't call them by anything. But if you were to call them something, you call them M. M means little brother or little sister because we don't have a separate word for little brother and sister. We only use one word for them, and it's M. It just means like younger sibling and whatnot. But anyway, let's move
あな
on.
たに渡せて安心したわ。ずっと気になっていたから。
ここに眠ってるのはお父さんたちだけじゃない。囚人狩りなんてアルが止めてやりたいのだ。
気持ちはわからなくはないが、まずは自分が生きることを考えろ。両親のためにもな。他の獣人族のものももうどれだけ残っているかわからない。決して無理をするなよ。では私たちはこれで。
念のため伺いたいのですが、あなた方の里にあるターミナルはやっぱり。
あれは先日の虐殺魔に壊されてしまいました。
すみません。教えていただきありがとうございます。
ルシル、お前も里に戻ってこないか。長老もそう言ってたよ。
いい。まだしばらくはシーナたちといる。それよりミータンは。
痛ましい亡骸だったが、綺麗な花のベッドで他の犠牲者も一緒にみんなできちんと弔っておいたよ。挨拶していくか。
少し考えさせて。
My answer for giving such treatment is One Punch Man, Bleach,
ここはあん
Quintriplet,
たの家だ。いつでも帰っておいで。
Met Up,
それでは
Kyle Box. Oh my god, I have not heard that name in a while.
ターミナル。
Yeah, I would say, yeah, that
やっぱ
one
無理
would
だった
fit
か。
the ecchi requirement. Zombie 100, oh. Kind of, I guess. Kind of. I mean, there is fan servicey moments, but I wouldn't say that's like hardcore ecchi, though. I feel like that one was mostly a comedic, zombie story. Yeah, there's some deep moments in it and such, but like, I don't know. I feel like it leaned more towards like the comedy side of things. In Jujutsu Kaisen. Oh my god, Jujutsu Kaisen. Would have been a different community if it was like at least like ecchi. That is so true. Like, I remember so many people hype up like Jujutsu Kaisen for being like, oh my god, they treat the females differently from like the typical battle shonen. And then you watch it or read it and you're just like, this is normal. This isn't revolutionary. This is normal as fuck. Like, excuse me, I'm sorry that like you like the people who claim that, I'm sorry that they didn't consume enough anime or battle shonen to like, you know, to formulate such an opinion. Because there's other battle shonens that do like a better job at it, especially when you like compare it to Jujutsu Kaisen. It's absolutely hilarious if you ask me. But yeah, it would be a different community if they like they lean towards like a little more towards the ecchi side of things. Like they still keep the battle shonen part, yeah, but they do like, but if they start adding in more ecchi scenes and such, it will be a different community and whatnot. But yeah.
そうですね。となるとやっぱ魔石を集めるしかないみたいだね。ルシル、森の案内頼める？うん。多分こっち。待って、ルシル、みんな。もう一個だけ話してもいいか？何？ある気を失ってた時、不思議な夢を見たんだぞ。夢？ 森久保ひなた、今日も神推し決めてんね。テレビかじり虫かお前は。テレビうまい、テレビうまい。いやー、たまんないよね。やっぱセンターは小林ちゃんにしか務まらないよ。アイドルのオーラが違う。また5月の初めに東京
All the idol talk to.
一緒にかね、試験2枚当たってさ。その辺寮のみんなでキャンプ行くとか言ってたから難しいかも。ごめんね。そっか。てかひなた不参加だって。行けばいいのに。こんな全寮制の中学に通ってるんだから、寮生みんなとのコミュニケーションは大事っしょ。そうなんだけど、なんかね、まあ楽しんできて。あれ、もしかして金ない感じってなわけないか。ひなた CD とかアクキーとかペンライトとかめっちゃ買ってるもんね。
Wow. How relatable. How relatable. Spending all your money on merchandise on like your Oshi. Or like, I don't know, anything that you like a lot.
つか、そんないっぱいなんで買うの？あ、おや？幸せ。後で食堂のいちご牛乳おごってよ。じゃあね。お金？みんながご飯とかカラオケとか服とかに使うお金をそっちに回してるだけだよ。アイドルを追いかけてると胸がキラキラで満たされるんだよね。私くらいになるともう握手会でも小舞ちゃんに。
Oh my god, she's down bad for the idols. She has the same mentality as the hardcore fans.
まあいいや。それよりもう春休み近いし、実家に帰る準備しよう。森久保ひなた。
やっぱこいつもか。
ある。あなたも不思議な名前で呼ばれる夢を。
そうなのだ。リリーもだよな。山村ゆりさ。
やめてください。その名前は思い出すたびに不安になるのです。
で、夢には続きがあってね。その後ひなたちゃんは親たちのいる家に帰って家族みんなでご飯を食べていた時に、なんとウサギ頭の変なやつらが押しかけてきて、家族全員誘拐されちゃったのだ。マジで夢の中までそんな目にってきついな。
誘拐とは穏やかじゃないな。
そういえばリリーも誘拐されてなかったっけ？こうなると前世の記憶ってのも考えちゃうね。
誘拐されたところで目が覚めるという共通点は引っかかるな。
あるもなんか怖くなってきたのだ。
水無さん、やっぱりあるも。
ああ、いよいよ NPC は人が動かしているって線が濃厚になってきたな。しかもあるの話から推察できる誘拐犯は間違いなくウサギだ。
あの夢は本当にリアルだったのだ。あっちも本当の記憶なんじゃないかって思っちゃうのだ。あの夢は本当にリアルだったのだ。あっちも本当の記憶なんじゃないかって思っちゃうのだ。わ
かります。みんなエニグマの中の人のような服装じゃなかったですか？
そうそう、周りみんな変な格好してたのだ。あるも、いや、 そのひなたちゃんもそうだったけどな。
God, I need to stretch my legs. Hold on.
現実世界のことは伏せておいた方がいいでしょうか。
そうだな。あいつらが本当に現実世界の人間だったとしても、戻してやる手段がない以上パニックになるだけだ。 NPC にはゲームクリアもエンディングログアウトもない。今俺らがしてやれることは何もないな。
そうですよね。
まあしばらくは様子見だな。
はい。さーてと、それじゃあゆりさ、ひなた、魔石収集の旅を再開しようか。あるだよ、リリーです。冗談だって。
やれやれ。ルシル、道案内を頼む。
山村ゆりさ、そして新たに森久保ひなた。
Oh my, we're in reality now. Oh no.
やっぱりだ。二人とも行方不明事件の被害者として世間に名前が公表されている。疑惑は確信に変わった。アリスコードの AI システムは全てが人工知能というのは嘘っぱちだ。少なくともリリーやアルたち NPC は誘拐被害者の人間が演じさせられている。
あんたの言う通り、アグルは裏で犯罪にも手染めてる企業なのかもね。安定した大企業だし、何のためにそんなことする必要があんのか謎だけど。
後ろにいるアファシス教団の陰謀かもしれないな。アグルを使って世界中の IT 環境を独占して OS など自分たちの息のかかったシステムが隅々まで行き渡ったところでテロだ。
あのサイバーテロも？
ああ、図式がなんとなく見えてきたな。けど今はそんなことどうでもいい。
Of course, it's like the multi-million company that owns Google and Apple. Of course it's them. Of course they're the bad guys. It makes sense.
潜入捜査だ。裏の通用口のオートロックを解除する社員証拾ったんでしょ。
そうだね。これで扉を開けてスタッフの顔をして入れば警備室の前を通るのも簡単だよ。
成功法で言っても水ぶっかけられるのがオチなんだ。だったらそんなやつらもう裏道で攻めてくしかないじゃないですか。
In a stroke of luck, Munakata happened to just found what we needed to infiltrate Egi. I made the impulsive choice to ask Munakata to accompany me, but it remained to be seen whether or not he agreed to tag along. When push comes to shove, Munakata drops some excuse on me, so I give up on convincing him. Have you watched the latest? Have you watched the latest ALPV? I have not. I have not seen it. I'm assuming AL means Azure Lane. And if that's the case, I haven't seen the latest PV.
そうだけど、その今夜じゃなく明日の夜にできないから心の準備だ。
宗像さん、嫌なら別に俺一人でもいいんですけど。
Oh hell yeah, we're gonna break into Google.
ここは失敗は許されませんので、もろもろの準備のために一日しっかりかけましょう。通信機と妨害電波装置、あと催涙スプレーなど一通りのものを私が揃えておきます。それとここ数日の調査で実際に現地を見てきましたが、バブルには監視カメラが各フロアにありますね。ただ安心してください。うちのグロック社長があのビルのすべての監視カメラをハッキングしてダミーの映像を向こうに流しますので。 ちらにはハッキングしたリアルタイムの監視映像を送ってもらい、それで潜入をサポートしつつ、アグル内にあるニューラルウェア開発部門を探っていただく作戦で参りましょう。
ニュー
アリスコードエンジンの根幹になるスーパーコンピュータの名称ですね。そのままプロジェクトネームに付けられています。なるほど、演算用の機械はそんな名前なんですね。謝れもなく、これは犯罪です。皆さん巻き込んでしまって本当にごめんなさい。
いいですよ。どうせ指名手配されてるんだ。奴らにやり返してやりたいし。
それと宗像さん、本当に私が行かなくて大丈夫ですか？言ってみればまだあなたは無関係。これに加担すればもうあなたは共犯者です。
任せてください。乗りかかった船だし、何かあっても一番ごまかしが効くのは元社員の僕ですから。
Of course.
それに僕は男です。女性のあなたの前で格好をつけたい。
Oh, looks like someone has a crush.
わお笑うんでないの？
それじゃあ僕は英気を養うために今日はもう休憩室で寝るね。おやすみ。See you。
では決行は明日の23時で行きましょう。私は社長と話してきます。
りんちゃん、社長さんっていつ戻ってくるの？まだ海外に？
アリゾナでのお仕事がなかなか片付かないそうです。早く戻ってきてほしいですね。
リディアたち会ったこともないもん。
She was right. Lydia, Shina, Tokiwa, and I have never met our CEO, Warner Glock. From what we were told, he worked in an overseas office. Just our only communication was through morning video calls in our convention room. To his credit, when it comes to answering my programming questions, he was fast as lightning, so I never felt distant from him.
てか、新た、目の下、クマすごいよ。
本当か？
そりゃ疲労も溜まってるっしょ。倒れる前に今日はソファーでなくちゃんと仮眠室で寝なよ。今晩は自分がシーナのこと見てるからさ。
そうだな。ありがとう。
礼とかいらないから。自分だってシーナが心配でやってることだよ。
ああ。
スミちゃん買ってくれた鉄の艦隊ミュージニアのブルーレイ1話から一気見しない？新たは忙しいのよ。あんたも寝なさい。
I decided to listen to Tokiwall, so I dragged my feet to the break room to lie down. I expected to hear Munakata's snore echoing from the next room like usual, but...
おや、珍しいね。今日はちゃんとこっちで寝るのかい？
あ、はい。お邪魔します。
その寝袋使って。新品だから。
すみません。
You can tell me what it is.
あれ、外雨降ってるのかな？
そうで
I
す。
don't mind if you like just tell me about the
俺は雨好きですけ
TV.
ど。
うん。寝る分にはよく眠れるよね。新くん、行方不明者がたくさんいるって言ってたよね。
はい。
僕の妹も実はね、うちからいなくなってるんだ。半年前くらいからだ。いや、 アファ室がどうとかそんな大変な事件とは違うんだけど、家族がいなくなるって本当に辛いからさ、みんな無事に返してあげたいよね。
はい。
あとさ、アファ室の連中は君の持っている
So many missing people with like missing family members.
ええ。
そいつらとアグルがくっついているなら、明日は君は行かない方がいいよ。
Wait, am I missing the dialogue? Hold on. It's a big boobo girl that is only covered by purple strap so far. Oh, that says normal. That says normal in the world of Azure Lane.
僕が一人で潜入してやる。
いや、それは。
大丈夫。こう見えても僕はティム・クルーズのスパイ映画の大ファンでね。
He said Tom Cruise. Oh my god.
あるかい？ミッションサクセスフルシリーズ。
ないですね。すみません。
じゃあ連れてはいけないな。あの映画から潜入のイロハを学んでくれてないなら足手まといになっちゃうからさ。
は
あ。それにさ、君はもうスミカちゃんを泣かしちゃダメだ。君が拉致監禁から救出された夜、危ないからってみんなを解散させたろ。よほど誘拐された君が心配だったんだろうね。あの後彼女、顔を真っ赤にして大泣きしてたんだってさ。絶対許さない。自分がウサギをぶっ潰す。あらたって。
Wait. Am I missing? Wait, hold on.
絶対許さない。自分がウサギをぶっ潰す。あらたって。男は女子を泣かしちゃダメだ。明日君はリンさんと一緒に指揮官を頼むよ。ま、本番での僕のスペックを見ててくれ。おやすみ。
おやすみなさい。知らなかった時はがガックガクに震えてるんだけど、あの人大丈夫か。
It was 11 p.m. Munakata was standing with his hands in his pocket outside of the Japanese office for Egi Inc. The CEO had made good on his promise to hack the security cameras, so we could see Munakata in full view in front of the lobby. For Egi security guards, however, they were treated as a serving of yesterday's camera feed. Heat sensor, heart rate monitor, pen light type, CCD, camera, transmission, mic jammer. Munakata was dropped off by one of his company's cars, slick but tastefully discreet. Seeing him decked out in layers of spy gear made him look like some kind of action figure.
笑うなって。
でもさすがリンさんの用意した装備だね。最新鋭の機器群だからあんだけつけてもコンパクトで動きやすそう。かっこいい。
俺はちょっと怖いけどな、リンさんが。聞こえますか、宗像さん。
Man sounds super nervous. The man sounds super nervous. Like God.
通信しながら進んでください。で、今社長から連絡が入りました。警備員が給湯室に入ったようです。今一瞬だけ入り口横の警備室に人がいません。ロックを解除してビルに入ってください。運も味方してくれているみたいだ。今日は警備員の数が少ないようです。
現在1階。フロア表示板では各種部門の研究開発ラボは20階から25階の5つのフロアが相当すると書かれているけど、アリスコード開発の部署がどの階だとか詳細はあえて表記していないね。やっぱり僕がこの会社にいた時とは開発フロアも全部移動して変わってしまってるようだよ。
各階にあるカメラの映像ではどれが何のプロジェクトなのか判別できません。壁にも何も貼られていない。不気味です。
守秘体制は万全の会社だからね。しらみつぶしに行くか。エレベーターは移動の証拠が残るし、階段で登るしかないか。
大変だけどよろしくお願いします。階段もエレベーター同様カメラがありますが、ハック済みですから気にしなくて大丈夫です。
任せて。20階到着。
Wait, man walked up those floors? He didn't take an elevator? Wow.
平気さ。外回りで鍛えた足腰がある。なあ、新田君。ところで、昨日のリンさんの反応。あれさ、ちょっと僕のこと見直してくれたんじゃないかな。ほら、僕は男です。女性のあなたを守りたい。みたいなこと言ったやつさ。
はあ、微妙に違う気もするけど。どうしました？
思えばアグル社員時代、君たちのエニグマに出向してリンさんに一目惚れしてから早数年。
宗像さん。
やっと少しでも気持ちが通じたのかと思うとさ、やっぱり女性の前で格好をつけなくなったら男はおしまいだよ。なあなたか。
Oh man.
そうですね。あと、これリンさんにも聞こえてます。てか、みんな聞いて
Oh, that's even more embarrassing.
二人だけの通信じゃなかったの？
あ、宗像さん、
Well, rip guy.
そのフロアに熱源反応があります。気をつけてください。
はい。
宗像さん気をつけて。一度物陰に隠れて敵の位置を把握してください。警備員かも。
わかった。
Dude started crumbling the moment he heard his crush. It wasn't exactly a 4K experience, but Murakata's CCD camera gave us a POV angle of what he was seeing. Of course, Murakata left his pen light off. The room was totally dim, save for a glimpse of light from the hallway emergency light. It was there we saw a black silhouette emerging from the darkness. It was swaying slowly, walking towards us.
なんだあれ。新田君、なんだかおかしいよ。
どうしました？こちらのモニターでは詳細がつかめません。目で見てどうですか？
背が低い。小さい。あの人影。でも、足音は大人だ。嘘だろ。女の子が歩いてくる。女の子。どう見ても尋常じゃない。こんな ビルに夜中にボロボロの白いワンピース。
Okay, there's a death end here. We need to rush him. That's how we get the death end. When music play in MOBA, if it's an anime deemed like partially Eternal Return and alike, I will never play a MOBA. I will never play a MOBA. Doesn't matter if it's anime deemed or not. I will never play a MOBA. I'm not a fan of MOBA games because they're not my cup of tea. The last time I played one was League of Legends, and I immediately quit afterwards because I just didn't enjoy it. I can't understand League players. Why would they play a game where everyone's salty all the time? Like, it's kind of like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 live chat sort of thing. Like, that one at least made me laugh. Mobile games did not make me laugh. I just found no point in it. We were started by a sudden appearance of some ghostly girl in the hallway, and no one stopped Murakata from chasing after her. I don't know what he did. I don't know how he did it, but Murakata gave the girl chase, cornering her at the end of the hallway. Just then, she dashed into a nearby store's room, and when Murakata sprinted after her, his transmitter cut off, and we never heard his voice again. Well, rip dude, he did. He's dead.
ちろ。
ありがとうね。
調子はどうだ？
ありがとう。頑張るね。頑張って、頑張って、頑張って、頑張って。やめて。
最高の気分。
どう？ないよ。大丈夫。ごめんね。倒せたよ。嫌なのだ。
Alright, there we go.
みんなのおかげ。
And then we're just gonna skip all of this. Also, I don't think Mizu will play the upcoming Project L, aka 2XKO. I don't even know what that game is. I'm literally outdated in terms of like video game stuff. Let's see. Oh, it's a fighting game based on the League IP. Huh. I mean, I do play fighting games because I find them more tolerable compared to MOBA. But I don't know anything about the League characters other than like my limited experience with it. So I don't know if I'm gonna play that or not. Probably not, to be honest.
靴は大人用の革靴を履いているんだ。おかしい。ちょっと行ってくる。放っておけないよ。君、どうしたんだ？どこから来たの？
Munakata came out from hiding into the hallway, and suddenly we had a clear picture of his POV. There was a girl, but her face was obscured. Her eyes were bloodshot, staring back at us with fear. As she lifted her head, Murakata's camera zoomed, stretching her face over our monitor. She looked ragged, like she's been left to starve in a damp cave. Dude, why would you do that? The girl let out a sudden shriek and sprinted towards the end of the hallway from which she came. As she turned around, Murakata broke out of his exaggeration and tried chasing her down the hallway. At the end of the hallway, there was a white room.
指紋かマスターキーじゃないと開かない扉だよ。開いた。まさかだね。このカードキーを落とした人物、何者だったんだろう。入ってみる。
これは
電波遮断攻撃を受けています。まずいです。敵に知られていたのかも。そんな。宗像さん、宗像さん、聞こえますか？宗像さん。
聞こえる？新田くん、リンさん。ダメか。まあいいや。このカメラ、僕の視界が録画できてるはずだし、後で記録は見てもらえるだろう。部屋の中は真っ白で何もないです。そして奥にはピシッと閉じられた書類の束がポツンと壁の穴に置かれています。なんだろうこれ。手に取りました。見えますでしょうか？これは企画書？ルーデンスプロジェクト。なんだこれは。電気が消えて真っ暗。いや、これはブラックライト。ああ、壁中に蛍光塗料で書かれた数式がびっしり。
Dude,
驚いた。
he's
なん
like,
だこれ。
don't tell me he's the first to die. They're making it very obvious. Yep.
ようこそルーデンスプロジェクト最高機密の前。間抜けなスパイク、楽しかったかね？どうだ、アクセスキーも手に入り、警備員も少なくて潜り込みやすかった。
まさか罠？
そう、罠だ。簡単に踊ってくれるな。お前もエニグマも。
何が目的だ？
対等に口を聞くな。捕まったスパイがどうなるかなんてお前の好きな映画でよく見ているだろう。お前はこれからこの世のものとは思えない攻めくを味わう。負け犬、人でいられると思うなよ。
宗像さん、宗像さん。もうどうして繋がらないんですか？
Well, rip, dude. Do you prefer the Dragon Warrior name back then? For Dragon Quest? Hell the fuck no. I don't like Dragon Warrior. Dragon Quest is better. Because I play Dragon Quest, like, I play a lot of the games that were like Japanese exclusive back then, like 5, like back on the Super Nintendo, and also 6. And when because I'm used to the Dragon Quest naming, so when I learned that when it came to 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7 was under the Dragon Warrior name, I was like, that's a dumb name. I don't like that name. I prefer Dragon Quest. That's a lot better.
あ、宗像さんからメールだ。
なんて？
無事脱出。少ししたら戻ります。だって。
本当に大丈夫なの？
わからない。けど、あの人を信用するしかないだろう、ここは。
相手に知られているのであれば、信号を逆探知されてはここが危険です。一度通信を切りましょう。 姉さん、これだから私は自分が嫌いです。
4 days after we disconnected from Murakata, we received an email from him. Eigi's after me, it got too risky, I decided to move back home. We haven't heard from him since. It would be great to have some other confirmation that he was safe, but what choice did we have besides believe this email? In the last moment of our transmission, Static Wave muffled most of his words, except for one phase. I'm sure that Murakata had reached the core of the Alice Engine Laboratory. Were Shina and the rest of the girls in there? Who was that mysterious girl he encountered? Just what was going on inside of Eigi? No matter how many times I pestered Murakata with emails, he never bothered to respond. We have no choice but to move on with our investigation without him. I bet he's dead. Like, there's no way the guy who's like... who tortured the main character and one of the death ends, and even like straight up murder him in front of his colleague. Well, murder his colleague along with him at the same time. There's no way he's gonna let Murakata live in the end. There's no way. Wait, this is super good. Oh my god, 100 SP, 60 agility? I don't know who to give it to. I don't think Al needs it. Maybe my girl. But she already hit so like hard. I don't think I need to do that for her. Maybe Lily? I think Lily might benefit greatly from it. Yeah, I think she benefits greatly from it. Because we want to keep her agility high. Okay, I noticed 2 hours has passed, so I'm gonna do my BRB break. I'll be right back. Let me go to the BRB screen. Take this as you guys' opportunity for your own BRB break. Get a drink, get a snack, use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Oh, you guys wrote down something. Hold on. Let's see. I'm sure someone will ask you why will you not play the 7 remake? All right. I just don't like it straight up. I just didn't like the 7 remake. In terms of story, everything else was like Gucci. But the story was where I just didn't like it at all. I'd rather not talk about the story of the 7 remake if I'm going to be honest with you. And I honestly hate how, because of how radically different the story is for the remake, which I'm gonna be frank with you, they should have just straight up said that it was a reboot instead of a remake and whatnot. But because of them, not um, I feel like when it came to the 7 remake, they should have just advertised it as like a reboot rather than like a remake. Because I'm gonna tell you this: when someone thinks of a remake, they don't think that they're gonna change the story. They're just gonna be like, oh, they're just gonna like rebuild the game from scratch. They're gonna like use different graphics, probably a different combat system. They're probably gonna redo the soundtrack. But in terms of story, they most people would think like, okay, they're gonna keep the story the same. They're just gonna add like, I don't know, additional cutscenes that might fleshed out certain parts that they felt like in the original didn't get too much addressed back then. So they're just gonna add like, extra scenes that doesn't break the canon or anything and whatnot. But 7 remake was not that. It was something completely different. And because of that, I noticed that because of that, there will be literally 2 different types of Final Fantasy 7 fan now. Ones that played the original and the ones that only played the remake. So because of that, it's going to lead to conversations where it's like, oh man, I love the story of 7. And then, the 2 interact. And it leads to like the one person that played remake mentioning stuff from the remake, while the original one's like, that didn't happen in the game. They're like, no, it did and such. And, they get into an argument until they realize, wait, you played a remake. Yes. Wait, which one do you play? Oh, I played the original only. And then, it just becomes like a mind blown to them and whatnot. And I know for a fact that it's going to lead to situations like that. And because of that, I went like, yeah, 7 remake is garbage in the story department. I just did not enjoy how the 7 remake handled the story at all. Oh. Hey, Echo, how are ya? Welcome to the stream. And whatnot. Like, I would technically stream the 7 remake, but that's probably gonna be like, I would say after 15, maybe around that range. Because to be honest with you, as much as I want to play every Final Fantasy game, especially the main number games, I don't want to play the 7 remake at all. And don't get me started with Rebirth, because I'd rather not play that one too. Even though I heard a lot of good things about it, but it's not really my cup of tea and whatnot. Like, I'm not a fan. I'm not a 7 fan, is what I'm trying to point out. I'm more of a fan of 3, 5, and 8. Those are the best ones, if you ask me, and whatnot. And everything. Also, like, a bit of a side tangent, because I kind of want to vent this out a little bit. I fucking hate when people are like, oh my god, Final Fantasy VIII is the worst game and whatnot because of, like, blah 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 gameplay and shit. And I'm like, no, the gameplay is fucking great. You just lack brain cells, dude. You lack brain cells to the point that you didn't even pay attention to the tutorial. That's why you think, like, 8's, like, gameplay is crap. It's actually the best in the series, if you ask me. Because of how versatile it is, and there's so many things you can do in like 8 that you can literally just snap the game in half the moment you just boot up this, like the moment you just make a new save file. Like, 8 is that type of game where if you actually sit down and actually listen to the tutorial, you realize how easy it is to break Final Fantasy 8. Or if you're like me, who actually figure out the winning formula by just simplifying the mechanics as simply magic equals equipment, then like yeah, like 8 becomes a very simplistic game to do and understand and whatnot. If you were to like, I would say summarize it in like, I would say caveman words is how I would describe how I explained it and whatnot. But like yeah. Have you seen the green text post on FFA? I do not want to know. If they're trashing on 8, I'd rather not know. If they're actually talking good about it, then that's great. Like, I'm not gonna say that 8 is like the perfect game. 8 does have some issues, more specifically with like certain story beats and how the plot can feel kind of nonsensical at times. Like, it's almost like a dream sort of thing. Like a dream-like story, which I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I can see why a lot of people get turned off by it because of how dreamy the story can be at times. Like it just makes zero sense sometimes, sort of thing. But I don't think it's that bad of a thing. I can understand why some people might have gripes with it. Me personally, I think it's fine. I never questioned it and whatnot. And honestly, I like the romance in 8 because it's very down to earth when you like kind of boil down the interactions of Squall and Renoa. It's a very down to earth romance, and I honestly enjoyed it quite a lot. And whatnot. It's kind of like, I don't know how to describe it. It's just, I think it's quite well made for the most part. There's some like, parts of it that makes me go like, they didn't really properly explain this part well, but it's still good. I still like it. And whatnot, but like, yeah, and everything. Also, the soundtrack of 8 is like fucking great, dude. I love the soundtrack of Final Fantasy 8. It's great. I love it and whatnot. But like, yeah. God, I can't wait to stream my favorite Final Fantasy games, 3, 5, and 8. You'd be surprised how much I like those games a lot, to the point that I actually know quite a bit of them. Even though I don't know, like, behind the scenes sort of thing, but I know, like, funny gameplay stuff of it and whatnot. Kind of similar to what I did with Final Fantasy 2. I like replaying that game a lot because of, like, the amount of freedom you get in that game. But I don't like it as much as 3, 5, and 8. Those are, like, my hands down my favorite Final Fantasy games and whatnot. But yeah, what do you guys wrote down? One say similar to gatekeeps fake gamers. What do you mean by that? Like, do people see Final Fantasy VIII as like the best tool to gatekeep like fake gamers, essentially, like the casual normies and whatnot? If that's the case, then that's great. If 8 is being used to essentially gatekeep those type of people, the ones that just complain for no apparent reason, then like hell the fuck yeah, I'll accept that. I will absolutely accept that. And everything. But yeah, let's get back to the game. Where is my shortcut? Found it. Alright, here you go. Look, it's a Russian doll. Let's see, 7 Remake is also the start of the Square Enix ethics department. Don't remind me of their ethics department. Like, look, I get the appeal. I get, like, on paper, it sounds good. Like, I get it. But I remember when employees there used to, like, tweet, like, oh my god, I'm giving unlimited power because I'm in the ethics department. I can change wherever the fuck I want in the games and such. Yeah, that just instantly made me go, like, yeah, the people there are kind of, I will not interact with them at all. I think they're gonna make things a little worse and everything. Like, I know a lot of people complain about the Tippa design, and I'm like, I mean, all they did was give her a sports bra. It wasn't that bad. It's just a sports bra and whatnot. Like, they didn't change anything else other than, like, giving her a sports bra. And I do know that they changed the design for the cowgirl outfit and the latest update for Final Fantasy VII Remake. I don't know why they would change it. I know some people argue it was because of her age at the time, but I'm like, dude, it's an iconic outfit. You're telling me for the last 25 years, question mark, or was it 20 years? I would say 20 years. For the last 20 years of us having that cowgirl outfit, which is one of the best outfits, if you ask me, absolute perfection. You're telling me that you decided to change it after 20 years. Not only that, but after 5 years of releasing the remake, you decide to release this update patch. And you're like, oh, let's change the outfit because, blah, blah, blah reasons that they don't even, that does not even be a good excuse and whatnot. And everything. Like, they just ruined it. It doesn't look nice. Well, to me, because I'm used to the original outfit. And also the different iterations of it throughout the games. But, like, the first time I saw it in the remake, I was like, yeah, this is the iconic cowgirl outfit. And it still looks great to this day. And then they suddenly changed it. And I went like, bruh, they ruined perfection. Why would they do that? Why would you just suddenly change an outfit after, like, 5 fucking years of releasing the game and whatnot? It makes 0 sense. And the people that try to defend it, it's like, if it's not that big of a deal, then why wait 5 years? Then, like, why? Why would you wait 5 fucking years to change it? To me, that doesn't seem like a small deal that you shouldn't be concerned of. To me, it's like, why of all the times and whatnot? Like, I just don't understand those type of people. They're just like, oh, it's just a minor change. Why would you give a shit? I'm like, well, it seemed like something for a small change. They suddenly feel like changing it after like 5 years. After 5 years that the game was released and such. And I know that some people argue that this design was also in the Crisis Core remake, which, I was sad that they changed it in the remake of Crisis Core. That's like one of my favorite spin-off games for a Final Fantasy game. And whatnot. I know some people argue that it was meant for continuity purposes when you go from the remake to the rebirth and whatnot. To me, I think it's dumb because, like, first of all, it was fine for like the last 20 fucking years. Additional 5 years since the remake was made. Why change it now? Why bother changing it? Such an iconic design and whatnot. It doesn't look good because I'm so used to the original design. But yeah, enough of my rambles and rants. Let's continue on with the game.
胴のあたりに切れ込みが入ってますね。じゃあ真ん中で割れんじゃない？パカッて。うわあ、割れた！どうしようリリー。落ち着いてくださいセリカ。おそらくこういう作りのものかと。あら？中に一回り小さな人形が入ってますね。あ、本当だ。なんだなんだ？どんどん小さいのが出てくるのだ。これマトリョーシカですね。
マトリョーシカ？なんだそれは。
ある地域の民芸品で人形の中にさらに小さな人形がいくつか入ってるんです。
ほう、なかなか精巧な作りだな。絵も緻密で奥深い。
絵柄は女性だけでなくていろいろあるらしいですよ。さすがシーナですわ。何でも知っているんですね。一応冒険家の端くれですから。
ルシル、どうかしたのか？
この人形懐かしい気がする。
懐かしい。マトリョーシカか。
うん、なんとなくだけど。
確かこの人形はロシアの民芸品だっけ？
God, my nose. My stuffy nose is getting worse. My allergies, dude.
変これなんで中身の人形の絵がこんなに違うの？
言われてみれば確かにまるで別の人が作ったみたいですね。
面白い顔してるな。これ違う人形の中身が入れられてると思う。
へえ。シーナもだけど、ルシルもよく知ってるな。
どうして私よく知ってるの？
ああ、いやいや、聞き返すのもおかしいぞ。
とりあえずこれも拾っておきましょうか。何かの役に立つかもしれませんし。
おそらく新しい現実オブジェクトだな。
ですね。これも私ゲーム内に置いた覚えはありません。
よし、調べとく。任せとけ。
お願いします。
Wait, I need a sneeze. Hold on. Oh, my nose. Alright. We gotta go to reality and touch grass.
おや水梨くん、常盤さん、調子はどうですか？どうしました？二人してずいぶん疲れ切ったお顔をされて、何かあったのです？
いろいろあってね。でも調査は続けなきゃ。マスター、美味しいコーヒーちょうだい。
わかりました。追っ手に見つからないように奥の席にどうぞ。
どうも。
いい匂い。やっぱ落ち着くわ。
ありがとうございます。本日はコスタリカ産の豆ですよ。芳醇な香りと柔らかな酸味が上品に溶け合う一品です。
ほんとだ。香りがすごい。目が覚めます。
いや、しかし宗像くんがそんなことにね。早く元気な顔を見せてほしいですね。水梨くん、宗像くんは自分の意志で自らの正義のために古巣の組織に立ち向かっていったのです。アグル社に対してはいつもアリスコードの窓口だった自分にも責任があるって僕に話していました。今回の事態は誰のせいでもないですからね。気に病んだりしたら彼がかわいそうですよ。我々はただ無事を祈りましょう。
はい。
マスター、その後何か変わったことは起きてない？オカルト界隈でさ。
そうですね。まさにこの町で先日ありましたよ。強烈なのが。
それは？
現場は相模駅前広場です。通り リマーと言いますか、人格表変事件とでも言いますか、突然知るはずのない記憶を喋り始めた中学生の少年がいてですね、魔女のような口ぶりで町の人間を皆殺しにすると大騒ぎして、相模駅前で包丁を振り回したんです。少年はすぐに取り押さえられて、精神錯乱がひどく病院へ運ばれましたが、
Wait, who knows? If you play Dragon Quest 3, will you play original or Game Boy Color? Super Nintendo. I'm gonna play Super Nintendo version of Dragon Quest 3. God, today is the sneezing season for me. I had to get up and get more tissues. God damn. My nose.
その日のうちに高速具のタオルを30センチも飲み込んで窒息死しました。
マジで？
どう考えても異常でしょ。発作でもない限り自殺でそんな亡くなり方はできないはずです。駅前で審問に贖罪を要求する。魂によれと叫んで刃物を振り回したその少年はロビー・ボイドと名乗りました。スコットランドの方の名前ですね。1590年あたりにあの地域で苛烈に盛り上がった魔女狩りの被害者の名前と一致するそうです。
Do you have Florentine or genetics? I don't
警察に取り押さえられ
know.
たその少年の体にはあるはずのない
I was literally just born with terrible ass allergies.
隙間なくついていたという。
It's always like this every
現
spring.
場は駅前なんですね。ちょっと行ってみます。
I even sneeze if it's like too hard or too
ごちそうさ
cold.
ま。
はい、またどう
No,
ぞ。
no, but allergy
ま
season
た
in
何
K
か分
Spring
かっ
is
た
the
ら連絡します
worst.
ね。
I'll just sneeze non-stop. My eyes will get
自
itchy
分は
and
サマーライ
watery
フ
and
戻って
shit.
リディアと一緒にシーナ見とくね。
Even after if I take
頼んだ。
medicine,
俺もなるべく
like
すぐ
allergy
戻る。
pills, it's still there.
すみません。ちょっといいですか。先日ここで起きた事件についてお聞きしたいんですけど。
はい、なんでしょう。
I became comfortable with initiating conversations with total strangers. Something that weeks ago I could have never done. I hopped around asking random people if they had any information until I finally met someone who happens to be a witness. It was the deranged boy's neighbor who had quite a bit to share on the subject's background.
石島龍馬って言ってほんと優しい子で、高校生のお姉ちゃんとの二人暮らしで、近所でも評判のいい子だったからショックっす。
なるほど。じゃあ彼の石島さんの住所もわかるかな。教えてくれると助かるよ。
いいっすよ。お姉ちゃんのゆうきちゃんが塞ぎ込んじゃってて、俺心配っす。はい、住所。ここからすぐっすよ。
ありがとう。
チョコパフェ追加していいっすか？
うん。好きなだけ食べてくれ。
貧乏学生なんで社会人のお兄さんが羨ましいっすよ。値段じゃなくてカロリーでメニュー選べんでしょ？くーセレブ。
そうでもないぜ。お題置いてくから。それじゃ。高井川町13番地。榊共同アパートやこの前のミイラ事件のあった家と少し離れてるな。
Given its connection to a victim in Scottish witch hunt, I figure it could be safe to assume there was a true fragment. Which means that the man with the red mask could also not be too far away. I rush over to the address that has been written on the napkin. If only I had known how badly I'd come to regret it. After a fateful conversation with a stranger at a diner, I find the home address belonging to Ryoma Ishijima, the teenager making headlines. This is it. From what I was told, he lived alone with his older sister. I wonder if anyone else was still home. Doesn't sound like it. Unlike the house in Sagami, there was no crime scene investigation here. I couldn't just let myself in. I considered standing outside our home inconsistently, waiting for his sister to arrive. I just hope no one would report me. Well, he's been killed.
鍵がかかっていて開かない。ガラスを割って鍵を開けるか。開いたぞ。失礼します。
In the center of the room stood a girl, twitching in her school uniform. Her whole body was drenched in blood. There was someone beside her standing with their arms crossed over a splatter of blood on the floor. It was the masked man covered behind his black hood and his haunting red mask.
お前は嘘だろ。何してんだよリディア。
Oh look, the red masked person is actually someone we know, Lydia. He's even wearing the bunny hood.
お前が仮面の男の正体。バカな。何の遊びだ。リディア、笑えないぞ。リディア殺したのか。
Splattered on the floor was the girl's corpse, laying on top of a thickening pool of blood. On her body glowed a faint blue light. It was a code.
これまでの行動を残してきたのはリディアだったっていうのか。 今まで一緒にいたじゃないか。俺たちに何も言わない理由は何だ。リディア、お前は何者なんだ。
石島さん、石島さん、大丈夫ですか。警察です。
くそ、警官にこんな現場を見られたら何を言っても信じてもらえない。ここは身を隠そう。
I felt myself tearing up. What the hell? Not you too. Another person to leave me. From then on, we never saw Lydia a summer life again. Tokiwa and I were at loss of words. If we couldn't trust Lydia, then who could we trust? It was devastating. Lydia's Ita bag and collection of toys were left untouched, waiting for her as she left them yesterday. I dove into World's Odyssey begging for a chance to escape the hellish life that was coming to a head on this side. As long as we were working towards what we thought was our goal, I could temporarily put aside the things that plagued me. Where was I? Oh yes, we just discovered the Montreal Chaka doll inside of the game. Yeah, the Russian doll. I wonder if it was connected to that boy who claimed to be Robbie Boy. How far could you go in pretending to be someone else? He took role-playing too seriously. He's just one of those role players that takes their role really seriously.
った偉いぞルシル。へいへい、いい調子なのだ。それにしても本当にマーターズが強すぎますね。
エントマクイーンはここにもいない。じゃあ一体何が再び王宮や森をダンジョン化してるんだろうな。
ねえねえ、いよいよラストの魔石。あとはゴダール遺跡だけど、どうする？もう出かける？ルシル、あなたの里に寄っていこうか。どうしよう。ミーターに挨拶したいけど、私まだ言葉が浮かばない。
リップカのやつだな。確かに敵は撃ってやりたいな。
ルシル、
方針が決まったら言ってくれ。いつでもストレインエリアに飛ばしてやるから。じゃあな。
これももらっていくね。ぴったりだな。
Okay, we got to chapter 8. Sweet. Alright, let's see if we missed any episode chart stuff. Nothing. We didn't miss anything. Alright. We're almost done with the game, guys. We're at chapter 8. That means we only have chapter 9, 10, and 11 left. This is where things are gonna get a little crazy, plot-wise. Master Arata, I must commend you on the lovely code you've been developing. I feel as though I'm witnessing data manifest into will right in front of right before my eyes. I'm flattered, but could you cool it with the master stuff? But why? It is an expression meant to convey respect. It just seems like something you only call someone you are a lot closer. My mistake. Here I dot. Here you go. I said too much. Well, good day.
何かしら。
Can you solve my riddle? Depends on the riddle. A wiggling insect. That's all. And what does it make you think of? Okay, I see a tremendous and sturdy bug. Does that suffice? Suffice, it captivates. I wish to be like that someday. Really? Yes, they are undercumbered by fear, free to experience all moments as they come. Here unfiltered moments. What become of us? Will become of us. What will come of us? If I ever wiggle on my back for survival, you can bet I won't be on my back for long. What a delightful thought. Come to pay us a visit again, huh? My day's ruined. Sorry that the mere humans have come to spoil your party. Haha, you're still mad about that? How precious. You're not fooling anyone, Nova. I'm not afraid of you. Then, who will I play with? And hey, I didn't give you permission to say my name. At least not without Miss before it. Miss Nova. One more, with feeling. Try again. Are you that clueless? Guess so. If I wasn't, then I'll be able to explain why my heart pounds so quickly.
"始めるわよ." ようこそ。出発しよっか。
I kind of want to grind the what do you call it? The paint areas. So let's try grinding there.
よし、このまま押し切れ。
Stop buffing yourself. How am I supposed to damage this thing if it keeps buffing itself?
OK だ。
何なのだ？早く調べるのだ。どうだ？ここだ。それ。ドーン。いけ。終わってない。やったぞ。さすがあるたち。
Alright, we got a good chunk of money from it, but not experience though. If I want to get levels, I have to rank it to easy mode. Because you get more experience in easy mode compared to hard mode. Sure, let's grind like 1 or 2 levels then. So I can be like safe for the next chapter event.
邪魔をするな。
大丈夫なのだ。任された。あれは何？勝つわよ。ダーツ頼んだ。 ありがとう。
Alright. We got one level up from that. I would say 67 range. Like, around that range would be good, and then I'll swap games. Okay. How fast are these enemies? Like, no joke, how fast are them? They're able to get their turn in. Ooh, the poke. It looks like the damage is based on what your first attack is. Because I noticed that the last time I used the glitch move, it used magic damage, but this one it used physical damage. It only killed some of them.
これで終わりだ。どうだ。ダーン。ここだ。コッパの倒したのだ。私の番か。これでいい。せい。長くつくぞ。ありがとうね。直してやろう。ありがとうね。消えたようだぞ。まだ強くなるぞ。
Alright. Almost to the 67 range. So like one more battle and then I'll go back to the I'll exit out of this bonus dungeon.
覚悟はいい？私の出番ね。勝負に出るわよ。勝つわよ。勝つわよ。
準備 OK だ。
Yeah, it does magic damage if I did that. Alright.
この調子。どう？何なのだ？どうだ？私の番か。これでいい。これでいい。よっと。
Oh, it looks like physical damage does a lot more. Yeah, it looks like physical does a lot more damage. Alright, that's good. What do we got here? Oh, we got a weapon. Alright, what is it? I need to read this. Okay. The holy blade that contains the power of God greatly increases all physical and magical strengths. Wait, is this Shina's ultimate weapon? I think this is Shina's ultimate weapon. Because I remember you do get the character's ultimate weapons in this bonus dungeon if you're like strong enough to like, you know, brave the random encounter. I mean the encounters here. Oh, damn, we got Shina's ultimate weapon. Let's see. The only thing that takes away from it is her defense. Every other stat is good though. So yeah, we got Shina's ultimate weapon. That's an enemy down there. We're not gonna do that. So we're gonna go back to the exit. We can tackle this another time. God, I feel like sneezing hard. Ow. Alright, let's save and then I'm gonna swap games. Before I do that, I wanna do a BRB break. So let's save. And I'm gonna do my BRB break. So take this as your opportunity for your own BRB break. Get a drink, get a snack, use the restroom. I'll be right back. When I come back, we're gonna swap to Mary Sculpture finale for a bit. You know, I just need to satisfy my Mary Sculpture urges. But yeah, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Oh, my... Oh, God. I had such a good stretch doing the BRB break. Alright. What you guys wrote down? Sometimes I want to see a topless or naked waifu instead of seeing going all in. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Sometimes I want to see topless or naked waifus instead of seeing going all in. So the straight up nudity at that point? I mean, I don't blame you. There's times whenever I watch like, I don't know, an ecchi series or something, I sometimes wonder like, okay, when are their clothes are gonna like pop and they're just gonna be left naked, like Senran Kagura style. Like there's times when some ecchi series like kind of will go that far and I'm like, oh wow, alright. Excuse me, I had to burp. Alright, where is it? Found it. Alright, how many CGs did we unlock? Let's see. Meeting Genocide Pink for the first time. Carla meeting Galos for the first time. Gretel being Gretel. This is also like her sensor design and such. I still don't think the sensor design looks good. I'm used to the original design, so when they showed the sensor designs which they used for Gretel, Alice, and Snow White, I'm like, don't look good. Doesn't look right. And then we have Snow White being passed out. We're just tending her wounds. And then we have the iconic shot of Mary being smug that she's getting hugged by Charlotte. And then this one here, is concept art for the purging minigame. That's actually not in this game. Because every Mary Sculpture game has the purging minigame, which is a touching minigame. But here, it's absent, but there's concept art of it. So that tells me it was going to be in the final product, but it was removed at some point. And I'm gonna blame Sony for it. Or whoever was in charge of, I don't know, Compa Heart / Ideal Factory at the time of this game's development. I blame them. Zero doubt or the game was rushed, so they weren't able to implement the minigame. Because Finale did have a rush production. God, I feel like sneezing. Hold on. Alright. But yeah, as you can tell, is this concept. My girl Red. And then we have Dummy. Princess Dropkick, according to the nickname me and Chad gave her back at my Mary Sculptor streams. Because of how busted magic was in the first game. It doesn't matter which version of the first game you played. Magic is busted. To the point that I got nerfed severely in the second game. Where it was practically warpless. There was no reason to use magic in that game. Other than like single target damage and like single target heals. And whatnot. And also being a pocket healer. And whatnot. Like magic got severely nerfed in the second game. It was a shame. Then we had Finale. Finale actually fixed magic. Magic is actually good in Finale. I'm happy for that. I'm sneezing a lot. Hold on. But yeah, is this concept art? Which is a shame because like I'm genuinely curious if Finale they're gonna give the girls different like poses and art for their purging minigame, especially for the new girls and whatnot. Because like they're wearing a different outfit for the purging minigame in this game. Because in the first game they wore like dark blue, like navy blue, which, you know, makes you go like, oh yeah, it's kind of like a school swimsuit kind of like design. The second game they wore white, which is what Osu and Little Mermaid are wearing. They still kept theirs. And since we have concept art for Finale, it looks like they changed it to the black color. And everything. But like, yeah. I really wish it was brought back because I generally like the designs and the poses that they give the girls in the purging minigame. I think it's quite cool. It looks cool. Quite tasteful. Fan service wise, pretty great. And this is the soundtrack. The soundtrack uses a mixture of both the Japanese name and also the English names for the tracks. They're remotely the same for the most part. There's some tracks that are completely different. Like, for example, this one here, Mata. Mata is the Japanese name of the track. This is the Final Dungeon track. In English, it was changed to Danger Line. And if you're wondering, like, what does Mata mean? Mata is the Japanese word for again. And it will not make sense until you learn of the plot twist of Finale. Once you learn of the plot twist of Finale, you will immediately go like, oh, that's why this track is called Mata, or the Japanese word for again. Okay, that makes complete sense. These ones are the Japanese names. Same with this. This is the English name for this track. I hate this name. The Pirate's Hero. I fucking hate this name. I like the Japanese name more, which is Bowing Hero. The Pirate's Hero doesn't sound good. It doesn't even make sense, like, story and context-wise and such. Especially when this, like, track plays. Road to Bravery is the English name for it. The Japanese name for the track was Brave Men Road. I think both names are good. They're both pretty good names. Enigmatic Motion is like my favorite battle theme of Finale. Hands down my favorite track in Finale, for real. I listen to it like unironically all the time. Glitter is the chase theme for the nightmares in this game. Untouchable Groove is the boss theme. It's such a bop, dude. Just wait until we listen to it. Strength Makes Light is the English name for the track that plays for when you meet Genocide Pink. The Japanese name is Light of Strength, which I think is a much better name than Strength Makes Light. Herculean is the final boss theme. Skip Star Chime version. This is a remix of the first game's tutorial theme. Yeah, the first game's tutorial music is called Skip, and it's a fucking groove, dude. I love Skip. Best tutorial music if you ask me. Startime version is okay if you ask me. It's just an okay remix. I still think it's pretty neat, but I like the original more. Dead Zone Mystic version, that one plays at specific moments in the first game. Also a little bit in the second game, but it got a remix here and it's not that bad. Swirling Mist. Wait. Oh yeah, that's a track from the first game. Pipeline is also a track from the first game, but it was only used for like one like cutscene. Just one cutscene in the first game. In the second game, it's used a lot more often, and it is used often in Finale as well. Sad Rain is also from the first game. Swirling Mist is also from the first game. Skelter is from the first game. Has been in every single game since, and it's like my favorite track of the franchise in general. Skelter is so fucking great. Just wait until we listen to it in like the actual cutscenes. Fiction is the tutorial music for the second game. It's okay. It's just okay. It's just okay. Catastrophe plays for the tense moments in the second game, kind of similar to Dead Zone and Swirling Mist. But it's fine. I think it's okay. Conversation for Girls play at the lighthearted moments in the second game. Pretty good like track. Tears of Heaven is like the theme song of the second game. It's like Skelter, except Skelter is meant to make you hype. Tears of Heaven is meant to make you emotional. What kind of emotions? Depends on the situation. It's just designed to make you very emotional in general. Talk to You Later is the tutorial theme for Finale. It's not bad. Imaginator is the home base theme for Finale. Honestly, not a bad home base theme. It does a very good job at conveying a specific feeling. Like all the home base themes for the previous games. Like the first game's home base theme, Freedom of Spirit. I think I like that one the most out of the home base themes. It's because Spirit of Freedom does gives you like a great sense of like safety and security in the place known as the jail, which is an incredibly fucked up place if you are not familiar with Mary Skelter lore or the setting of Mary Skelter. But at the same time, you can feel the urge, like humanity's desire to be free from the jail and finally see the sunlight, despite the fact that they've been tortured and stuck in the jail for who knows how long, but their desire for freedom is everlasting, and I feel that Freedom of Spirit does a very excellent job at punctuating that. The second game's home base theme, which is Tales of Hamlin, that one is more like hope. Is like hope after despair. It's designed to be a hopeful song after like a very tragic event. It's a lot more evident when you play the second game and when you first hear the track like after said event. It does a very good job at that. A lot of people say it's like the best home base theme. I agree that it does do a good job at conveying the feeling, but I prefer Freedom of Spirit a little more. And why not? Imaginator is more of a song of determination. It's designed to make you feel determined to finally like close the fairy tale book known as Mary Skelter. Like the start of Finale isn't a pretty start. Let's just put it like that. And despite the fact that a lot of stuff is happening at the start, the characters don't feel deterred from their goal. If anything, they feel more determined to finally put an end to everything, to finally achieve their happily ever after and such. And Imaginary does a very good job at that feeling and such. So because of that, it's a pretty good home base theme. I'm not sure where to rank it. I'll probably rank it along with Tales of Hamlin in terms of like rankings. Like number one place for me is Freedom of Spirit. Second place would be both Tales of Hamlin and Imaginator, because they're still great. It's just I prefer Freedom of Spirit a little more. Oh, and then we have the characters. Oh wait, we didn't get Gretel back. I forgot we didn't get Gretel back, and we can actually look at the Blood Sculpture designs too. I rather show like the uncensored designs first, and then I'll show you like how they changed it for Alice, Gretel, and Snow White. That means I need to go plug my Switch in, but I'll do that like later, maybe near the end of stream or something. But yeah, and then we have novels. Novels is basically the prequel novel for both the first game and the second game and such. So if you're like, oh, I heard there's prequel novels for the first two games. I played the first two games and I just got finale. Is it important to read the prequel novels? I would say yes, because it gives you a lot of context of the world. And it does explain a lot of things that the game meant, like the first two games mention. But the prequel novels go into a lot more detail that it honestly feels satisfying to read and like learn what's going on in the background before the events of the game started and such. And everything. And there's actually a difference in like the version of the prequel novel you get. Like, for example, the first version of the prequel novel for the first game. Okay, I'm going by memory. Hold on. Okay, so there's like multiple versions of the prequel novels. For the first game, I would argue there are three versions technically. The keyword here is technically. So there's three versions of the first game's prequel novel. The first version, was available to read back when Dengeki PlayStation Magazine was still going on, because each like month had like a but I think it was each volume, not each month. Each volume had like one chapter of the prequel novel in it, and such. That's why I refer to as the first version of the prequel novel. The second version came with the limited edition of the first game. If you bought the limited edition, doesn't matter Japanese or English, it will have all of the prequel novel chapters, including 2 bonus chapters and whatnot. This version you can actually read digitally in the official Mary Sculptor 2 website. Like, if you go to the Mary Sculptor 2 website, the official one, there will be these 2 tabs that say Mary Sculptor 1 prequel novel and Mary Sculptor 2 prequel novel. If you click on them, they will give you a PDF of both the first game and second game's prequel novel. This is the second version of the Mary Sculptor 1 prequel novel. The third version, which I will refer to as the finale cut, which is the one you see right now. And such. This third version is available in the game of Finale, or you bought the limited edition of Finale, because the limited edition of Finale comes with the prequel novel of the first game, the second game, and Finale's prequel novel. And such, which I do own. I actually do own it. I can actually show a picture for you, Reno. And also, I apologize for not seeing your question. I kind of got into a huge tangent because of how much I love Mary Sculptor. I'll literally ramble for it for like literal days and whatnot. Mary Sculptor was also worked by Dengeki Bunko. Yeah, they did. They worked on Mary Sculptor as well. I remember there was another company that also helped with Mary Sculptor, but I don't remember the name of them. But yeah, let me see if I can find that picture. No, this isn't the picture. This is my fan theory of the timeline. Where is it? Okay, found it. Okay, I found it. So, if you bought the limited edition of Finale, it looks like this. So the left is the game, Reno. The middle is the Dree prequel novels. The right is like the bonus box, like the bonus goodies. I'll show you the prequel novels since that's like the important topic. Where'd I put it? where did I put the file again? Alright, found it. So if you were to open up the middle box, this is what you get. This is the prequel novels. First game in the left, second game in the middle, finale on the right. And whatnot. But yeah, so this is the finale version of the prequel novels because what makes it different from the second version is that the finale version includes a bonus chapter that was exclusive to the art book of Mary Skelter. So what they did was that they took that bonus chapter from the art book and plugged it into the prequel novel of the first game when it came to like the finale version of it and whatnot. So yeah, I would consider the finale version of the prequel novel for the first game to be the definitive version you should read and such. You can either read it physically by getting the limited edition of finale, or you just read it in in-game in finale because it's available in the bonus tab under the novels area and whatnot. But yeah. So yeah, I hope that's not too confusing. Because I have a hard time explaining things and I sometimes like stutter or like kind of go, blank when it comes to like when I talk about stuff. But anyway, then we have the second game. So the second game only had, I would argue the second game had 3 versions as well. First version was drew the magazine style, every volume had a chapter of the prequel novel and whatnot. When it came, and then the second version is fuck, I can't, wait, hold on. Okay, I calmed down a little. Alright, so the second version is when you buy the limited edition of Mary Sculptor 2, it compiled it up and there was like a bonus chapter included with it. But actually, no, there was no bonus chapter. They just piled up the chapters and put it into one book, essentially. And they released it with the limited edition. That version of Mary Sculptor 2's prequel novel is available to read digitally through the official Mary Sculptor 2 website and whatnot as a PDF. Then we have the third version, that's the finale cut. This is the one I'm showing. The finale cut actually includes a bonus chapter that was not available in the previous 2 versions. And whatnot. That version, the finale version of the second game's prequel novel is available physically through the, limited edition of finale, or you read it in game in finale under the bonus tab and whatnot. That's the only difference between the Mary Sculptor 2 version, amongst the 3 versions of Mary Sculptor 2's prequel novel. I would say the finale version is the definitive version because of the bonus chapter, as it does go into a little bit more of what happened in the second game. So yeah. Then we have finale. Okay, there's only 2 versions of finale's prequel novel. That's right, there's only 2 versions. The first version you can read through the, the magazine style, or through the official Mary Sculptor finale website, because in the official Mary Sculptor finale website you can read all the chapters there, but here's the key word, but there's a second version. This second version is only available if you buy the the limited edition of finale. So what makes it stand out is that it's uncensored. And it has a bonus chapter as well. If you're like, wait, censored? What do you mean by that? You see, the first version of finale's prequel novel, more specifically the English version of it, they actually censored a couple of the passages in it for unknown reasons. But the one that everyone noticed the most was when Carla was talking to Mamoru, who for context, there are characters from this in the game. Carla being a important side character along with Momoru, but I will explain their importance later. But they're really important side characters is what I'm trying to say. So these two side characters were like talking about the surface world and what they want to try to do there. And Carla's trying to convince Momoru to like join her to the surface world because at that time Momoru didn't want to go to the surface. He rather just stay in the underground. And Carla's like thinking of ways to convince him. And one of them being that, hey, there's things called beaches in the surface. You get to like, you know, swim, like eat watermelon and like see people in swimsuits. Don't you want to see like your childhood friend Hikari, who we learn later on he has a crush on, in like in a cute swimsuit? Like, wouldn't you want to see that? And such. So that passage of her mentioning the swimsuit, that was removed in the English version of Mary Sculpture finale in the website and such. They also kind of like translated some things weirdly, like what happens in the first chapter of the prequel novel. I won't go into it because it's like, you know, heavy spoiler stuff, but I'm gonna put it like this. They translated weirdly that it kind of creates a plot hole compared to the Japanese version where it didn't have a plot hole. But the English version, because of how awkwardly translated it made it, it caused a plot hole. And whatnot. But if you own the finale limited edition, then it is uncensored even in English. Everything is kept the same. I don't know why they did that. And whatnot. It's absolutely hilarious if you ask me. And whatnot. I'm glad that I like bought the limited edition because I can like, you know, read the ding without it being censored for like dumb reasons and whatnot. I'm glad I'm able to like, you know, actually read it. And whatnot. But yeah, I think that's it for me to say. So yeah, there's like multiple versions of the prequel novels. They all have like differences amongst each other. There's even like several like things that gets translated differently from each version as well and everything. But like yeah, what do you guys wrote down? AK purchase on its own, at least Japan. No, you need to buy the prequel novel. You have to buy the limited edition to get the prequel novels. They're not sold separately at all. You have to buy the limited edition, which I call it a win because the limited editions of games are always the best, especially when it comes to compile heart games. They give you so much stuff and it's wonderful, man. Art books, prequel novels, cool ass posters, soundtracks, everything. Like, they give you everything. I like it a lot, dude. But yeah, enough of my rambles. Let's get to the game. I'm literally going into like my full Mary Skelter talk and rants. I like it, but like, Jesus. I'm just going full crazy mode at that point. Yippee, we got Gretel back, but oh god, this part of the game. This is infamous. Because for some reason they thought it was a good idea to give Carla 2 squishy people. They literally thought it was a good idea to give you 2 squishy people. Let's see. Are the finale is the finale limited edition of the prequel novels scanned? I don't think they are. I could like scan them myself, but I literally babied them. I literally don't want to like damage them whatsoever. So because of that, I don't think I'm like suitable for doing scans of it. I'll probably wait for someone else to do it. Maybe I buy like another copy of the limited edition and then I start scanning it myself or something. I don't think we need any of these yet. For now, we just need to be careful and just kill enemies. Can't break the armor yet because I'm too weak. Is Mary Skelter your first dungeon crawler? It is not. My first dungeon crawler was Let me think hard. If my memory serves me correct, my first dungeon crawler was Etrian Odyssey 1 back on the DS. Because prior to that point, I played this a lot of, like, okay, I played like my fair share of a lot of RPGs, especially back on like the PS1 and PS2 era. Also a little bit of Super Nintendo as well, but I never played a proper dungeon crawler until Etrian Odyssey 1 on the DS, and I love that game. I love Etrian Odyssey 1 so goddamn much. It's my favorite Etrian Odyssey game out of the first 3 games on the DS. And whatnot. After I finished Etrian Odyssey 1, I ended up learning what dungeon crawlers were. So I went like, okay, what started it? Wizardry. Alright, I'm gonna play Wizardry. Which version? Super Nintendo version. Alright, let's go. I also play the NES version as well. And I liked it a lot. I know a lot of people give Wizardry a little bit of flack is probably the better word. For being essentially difficult in terms of like the amount of mechanics that they introduce you at the start. But I thought it was easy. I thought it was simplistic and whatnot. And I get that Wizardry 1 didn't have much of a plot. It was more about like the journey essentially, you exploring and everything. And I honestly liked it a lot. I think that's why I like Etrian Odyssey 1 so much, because it didn't have too much of a story. Yeah, there was a plot, yeah, but it was mostly about the journey, and I just enjoyed that aspect of Etrian Odyssey 1 so much. When it came to the later Etrian Odyssey games where they have a heavier emphasis on the story and such, I'm like, oh, that's neat and all, but I'm only there for the exploring. I'm only there for, like, the challenge. And I feel like the other Etrian Odyssey games, they kind of range from, like, me liking them and me not liking them. Like, I thought 2 was an okay sequel. I did like some of the changes it made, but I hate the other changes that they did. But as a sequel, it was pretty decent. Like, it was overall a decent experience. But I liked the first game more. 3 was the game that made, like, people go like, yeah, 3's like the best and such, and like mechanics and like quality life stuff and everything. And I do agree that 3, I would argue, yeah, 3 is probably the best out of the original trilogy and such. But I don't know, I'm still a 1 fan. And everything. And I noticed that ever since 3, every Etrian Odyssey game pretty much built its foundation from that game from that onwards and such. Like, I remember 4 was just pretty much like this dream, but instead of being stuck at one dungeon that had multiple like multiple districts essentially, there's like different dungeons and like you explore the world and such, and I thought it was okay, but I just didn't like 4. I think 4 is like my least favorite, and I think the reason why was because I felt the game was just okay as like a launch title for the 3DS, because technically it was the first Etrian Odyssey game for the 3DS, and I just thought it was okay. It didn't really try to change much, and because of that, I just went like, yeah, this is an okay experience. Also, I felt like the game wasn't that difficult until you get to the last few floors of the post-game dungeon. That's like the only time I felt like the game was actually difficult. But before that, it was pretty easy. Which is saying something, because it's an Atlas game. Atlas games are known for being like bullshit difficult, but it's really weird for 4 to be like the easiest one.
こちらの勝利を。
But oh my god, like, don't get me started with the Untold games. Okay. I'm gonna try my best not to be too mad or too salty or just I don't know, generally not too pissed off. I fucking hate Untold 1. It sucks so fucking bad. It did the first game disservice. Like, god fucking damn it, I hate Untold 1. It's the fucking worst. Your voice is a little bit low volume. Oh, it's just how I talk. I tend to talk in a low volume and such. I can try my best to be a little louder by adjusting the mic volume. Hold on, let me do that real quick. I'll just crank it up by like a couple percent. Not too much. Wait, hold on. This isn't the right thing. Where is it? Where's the voice mic? Alright. Let's try this. Alright. I hope this is like loud enough for you all. But god fucking damn. I hate Untold 1. Fucking disservice to the first game. I hated it so much. And it had potential too. That was the thing. Untold 1 had potential. But there were so many things that went against it, and it was enough for me to like literally disown that game. And whatnot. Some of the things I didn't like about that game was that they literally gave you the ability to save at the start of every floor, and you can even return to said floor Like after you like go back to town and such. Unlike the first game and also later games where when you return back to town, you have to go through the dungeon floors again until you find like essentially the shortcut floor. You know, the floor that has like the shortcut and everything and whatnot. Like that was normal. That was okay. I went like, yeah, that makes sense and such. But like Untold 1 just went like, oh, you can resume your progress when you go back to the dungeon. So like instead of having to go to floor 5, which is where the shortcut was back in the original game, in Untold, you have to in Untold you can literally just like go back to whatever floor you're at and such. You don't have to be at floor 5, you can just be at floor 3. And the game's like, yeah, you can go back to it. And that was one thing I hated about Untold 1. They made the game so easy, even in the easiest difficulty. Don't get me started with the story mode. Like, the story mode. Oh my god, it's such... it was a failure. Alright, I can like list some things I didn't like about the story mode. One, they kind of downplayed like one of the more interesting parts of the first game in terms of like, oh, that's actually kind of dark sort of thing. Like they downplayed it hard in the story mode of Untold 1. I hated that. Like I absolutely hated the fact that they like toned it down. And they try to make it like, oh, you're not really like kind of tricks and whatnot. Like that wasn't the like the whole point of that was to show that, oh yeah, you're kind of an asshole and whatnot. But in Untold 1, they removed that aspect. So because of that, you're like, wait, what's the point then? And whatnot. Also, like Gunner and Highlander, which were two classes introduced in Untold 1, they were just game breaking. Like Highlander was straight up broken. It just snapped the difficulty in half. Like at least Gunner, despite being like really powerful, it wasn't like completely game breaking. But Highlander was like fucking broken, dude. I hated how broken it was. Oh, fuck. I need to run. I need to run. I need to run. Wait. Is the story mode similar to PlayStation movie games? No. I would say the story mode was like good ideas, poor execution, that sort of thing. Not like a PlayStation movie game, because those are boring from start to finish. There's nothing interesting of those type of games. But this one actually had an interesting premise and interesting ideas, but they didn't go with it. They didn't go full into it, and it sucked so bad. And whatnot. What else was there in the story mode? Oh yeah, so they changed, well not changed, but they made this weapon that was like available for you to make after you beat the super boss. Only exclusive in the story mode. And if you're like, how's that a bad thing? You see, Untold 1 and also Untold 2, there's two modes. There's a story mode and a classic mode. The classic mode is essentially like you're playing the original version of the game instead of going through the story mode, which is you going through the remake version of the game in terms of dungeon designs and like, you know, mechanics and such. Well, not mechanics, but like, you know, dungeon designs and such. But God, I need a sneeze. Hold on. But yeah, So yeah, they made this weapon only available in the story mode because in the original game, you just had to beat the super boss in order to craft said weapon. And it was like the strongest weapon in the game. It was meant for like bragging rights, but you can still technically like fight the super boss again with this weapon because the way how Etrian Odyssey works is that you can actually do rematches with the bosses after like a certain amount of in-game days. This also includes the super boss as well. So you can effectively farm the super boss as many times as you want. But in Untold 1, they made this weapon exclusive to the story mode. And you can't make it in the classic mode. Despite the fact that classic mode, you can still fight the same super boss and everything. And whatnot. Like, I just... Like, it just... Oh my god. There's like other mechanics as well that Untold 1 introduced that was cool on paper, but the execution was like questionable, sort of thing. But I will talk about some positive things I like about Untold 1. I like how they made Hexer and Ronin, which is samurai essentially, they actually made them good. Because in the original Etrian Odyssey 1, Ronin and Hexer were considered the crap classes. There's no reason to make... There's like literally no reason to make anyone in that class. They were absolutely terrible. No reason. Absolutely no reason why you want to make a Hexer or Ronin. And whatnot. And it's a shame because like... They are cool on paper. On paper, they have cool stuff going for them. But in execution, it was not that good. It didn't help the fact that you unlock these two like jobs at like the midway point of the game. So because of that, you're like, what's the point then? What's the point of using these two like jobs when, you know, when you make a character in that job, you're like level 1 compared to like your level 30 team and whatnot and everything. So like, yeah, like, god lord, dude, and whatnot. But in Untold 1, they actually made them good. And I was like, okay, props to Untold 1 in that regard. They made Ronin and Hexer actually good. So props to that. But other things that they changed was like the way how saving works in dungeons and like how you can literally fast travel any floor you want, which removes which makes the game way too easy in my opinion. Even when you play on a harder difficulty and such. And there's also the whole crafting mechanics where you can essentially make these accessories that grants the character different passives from another job. So you can kind of see it similar to like subclasses in Etrian Odyssey 3, but it's only for passive abilities rather than you know, all the abilities in said class sort of thing and whatnot. And for the most part, it was interesting. Like, it's a crafting mechanic that I thought was really cool, but there was some like flaws to it, especially if you want to make the ultimate accessory, which requires you to kill the story bosses under like special conditions that for the most part are very difficult to pull off if you don't know what they are and such. Like, that's like one of the gripes a lot of people have with Untold 1 was the way how crafting works and how you make like certain ones and such, but I didn't think it was like too bad. It just needed a little more time to polish sort of thing. But like, yeah, those are like the only positive things I can talk about with Untold 1. Soundtrack wise, it was okay. I didn't think it was that great compared to the original. I unironically like the original soundtrack a lot more. There's only like a few tracks in Untold 1 that I thought were like solid like remixes and such, but like, yeah. Just yeah. Oh my god. Hold on, let me adjust the volume. Where was I? Where was my ranting? But yeah, overall, Untold 1, don't like that game. Worst Etrian Odyssey game. So much potential, flopped at the end. It's very sad. Because it's a remake of my favorite Etrian Odyssey game, the first game. It was a crappy remake. Like, god damn it. Like, god damn it, dude. I haven't felt that angry ever since the Resident Evil 3 remake. That remake does not exist. Anyone that tries to claim that the Resident Evil 3 remake exists and is actually good, they don't have good taste. And whatnot, but yeah, what was the next few games in Etrian Odyssey 3DS? There was 5. I thought 5 was pretty good. 5 was actually a pretty good game. It was like a big step up from 4 and Untold, that is for sure. I actually like the customization of 5. Very fun. Like 5 was actually a really fun game. I like the customization and everything. And then there was Untold 2. Honestly, Untold 2 was already like a big step up from Untold 1 from the get-go because of the amount of quality of life improvements that they did for that game. It was an actually like overall solid remake of the second game. Even though I will give it some flack for like the first game, it is a lot easier, to be honest, because for some reason they made the bosses like not that tanky. For some reason, I don't know why they made the bosses have less HP compared to the original. Also, the Defender Knight, which is the job exclusive in the story mode, it's as broken as Highlander. Like Highlander returned in Untold 2. But they at least nerfed it that it wasn't like game breaking. It was still a good like job, but like it wasn't broken. Defender Knight was straight up broken. Nothing survives it. Even harder difficulties, like your Defender Knight will be your main damage dealer, and it does so much damage. God damn it, Gretel. Need to go revive her. Hold on. Do I even have enough money for revives? I do not have enough money for revives. Fuck. I'm trying to remember some stuff I like about Untold 2. Okay, so I like the DLC for Untold 2. It was actually cool. I like the DLC that they did with Untold 2. It was actually funny. Like, I actually thought the story of Untold 2 was a lot better than Untold 1. And everything. Gameplay wise, I think it's like the best like Untold game. Like, they took all the complaints I list, like start like absolutely talking your ear off from Untold 1. Untold 2 took all those complaints and actually like, you know, improved upon it. Like, they actually made it better. And because of that, Untold 2 was like a very fun game to play. Even though I was debating if I liked the game more than the original 2. Because as much as I thought the original 2 was like the weakest compared to the original trilogy, it was still a pretty fun game. Untold 2 was in the same vein as well. I think it's a very fun game. Which, you know, it doesn't have to work that hard because of how crappy Untold 1 was. But still, it was overall a solid game. Like, it was straight up good. and whatnot. So I would say that Untold 2 is like neck to neck with the original. Yeah, there's some cool things about it and some things that the original 2 did better, but overall it was like a pretty good game.
嫌な気配がプンプンするぞ。使うわ、気をつけましょう。
And whatnot. And then after that game was Nexus, which was made to be like the anniversary game for Etrian Odyssey.
任されたっす。私の番ね。行きましょう。はいはーい。私の番ここね。地獄へ送ってや
But
ろう。
it's meant to be like the love letter of Etrian Odyssey because it's like how I explain it. It's pretty much like it makes references to all of the Etrian Odyssey games, from the first game to like the 5th game and also some of the Untold games as well. And like as a love letter to Etrian Odyssey, like as an anniversary type of game, it's really good. Like I love the amount of references that Nexus did. And I liked how they brought back a lot of the classic jobs and also the sub job mechanic and everything. Like there's so many cool things about Nexus. I know some like Etrian Odyssey fans think that Nexus was just an okay game. I think it's like a really great game. It's really high up there if you ask me. Especially if you're like a huge fan of Etrian Odyssey. I need better armor. I need better armor. I only get like a punk. I need better armor, man. Like, I'm glad that the Nightmare dropped the Gorilla jacket for more speed, because Hamlin definitely needs it. And whatnot, but like, yeah, that was my first dungeon crawler, Etrian Odyssey. Really loved the games, even though there's some games like in that series I don't like. And if you're wondering about like, what about the mystery dungeon games? What do you feel about those games, Mizu? They're not bad. They're not bad mystery dungeon games. Like the first one was like decent. The second game I thought was a lot better in terms of like improvements, but overall they're not bad mystery dungeon games. And whatnot, but like, yeah. After that I played Wizardry. I played Wizardry 1, and then eventually I played the Super Nintendo one. You know, that's the one that comes with the first 3 games. I did play the PS1 version as well. I thought the PS1 version was just... it was fine. I didn't really think too much of it. And then I played the other Wizardry games like 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, we needed to do that for Pyre. Alright, that's good. And then after that, I kind of like branched out when it came to like dungeon crawlers. Like, I played a lot of Experience Inc. games, like Students of the Realm, their Tokyo Legacy games, Demon Gaze. I fucking love Demon Gaze. I love Demon Gaze 1. 2 was a fine sequel. I didn't like the changes they did with 2, but it's still pretty fun. The transformation mode in Demon Gaze 2 was pretty awesome, but I thought everything else was just mad compared to the first game.
ここで相手になろう。受けてみよう。やるっす。今用意するっす。
And then I play Class of Heroes, and I like those games a lot.
興味深い変化ね。 自分っすね。我らの勝利だ。 どうしたら進めるんですかね。 大丈夫なんだから。 空気、寿司。
God, making me talking about Etrian Odyssey wants me it makes me want to stream it. I'm planning on streaming the DS versions of 1, 2, and 3. Like, I do own the Origins collection, you know, the remasters. I own it on Switch. But I want to stream the DS versions because that's how I experienced it. I know most people will be like, oh, why would you play like the old versions when you can play like the remastered, you know, the quote-unquote definitive versions and such. I'm like, yeah, I could, but I want to like experience the magic the first time I played it, so I'd rather stream the original version. I want to try to re-experience it with you guys and such.
今何か音がしたっす。
And what's after Class of Heroes? I honestly don't know. I feel like after I play Class of Heroes 1 and 2, I thought about just like playing a random game I have lying around somewhere. Who knows, maybe I'll play Final Fantasy 2 again and like beat that game. And get to Final Fantasy 3, which is my favorite, like one of my favorite Final Fantasy games. I could try continuing Star Ocean 1 Super Nintendo version, but I forgot to grind Parichi because I got her. I forgot to grind her level, so I'd rather do a bit of off-screen grinding for her. And such. I don't know, like, I have a lot of options available. I'll just, like, think about it later in the future. I don't want to think about it now.
何を買う？他にやることはあるか？また利用してくれ。
In terms of your history, what do you mean by that? Wait, I also wanna stream Megaton games. I wanna stream Megaton games. I forgot. But I wanna stream Megami Tensei. I was debating between the NES version or the Super Nintendo remake. In terms of your history of dungeon crawlers, I mean, my first dungeon crawler was actually in Odyssey 1. And then after that, I branched out to Wizardry. I played, Wizardry, Class of Heroes, Experience Inc. games, and then eventually Mary Skelter. And then I played old Megaten games like Megami Tensei 1 and 2, Shin Megami Tensei 1, 2, and If. And also like Strange Journey. I do play the other games in the Megaten franchise, including the spin-off games, of course. But I have a lot more fond memories of the dungeon crawler ones. They're like my cream of the crop for the most part. Unless it's like Digital Devil Saga. Digital Devil Saga has to be like my favorite Megaten game. Like the duology is so good. As someone that's familiar with not only the Buddhist like mythology that they use in it, but also like Hindu, because I know people argue that Hindu and Buddhism are separate things, which is true, but they do have similar ideas and such. And I remember like my family my family members, my extended family who are Buddhists, they did taught me a little bit of like Hindu. They did taught me a little bit of mantras that originated from Hinduism as well, and that's how I was able to like be familiar with that religion. I'm not in said religion, but I did do research on it and like read the mantras and such. And everything. And because of that, like Digital Devil Saga was like so jam-packed with Hindu mythology, with a little bit of Buddhism, that I was like, yo, this game is great. They did a very great job at it. And it's kind of a shame because like I remember people like playing Digital Devil Saga, they got to the ending of the second game and they thought that the ending didn't make sense and like it was underwhelming. And I'm like, it makes complete sense if you know your Hinduism. That's the thing. Like the ending to Digital Devil Saga was beautiful and like it absolutely made sense if you're familiar with said religion. If you're not, then it's like confusing to you. And I know a lot of people think that's a bad thing, but to me, I'm like, it's a testament of how much research that the writer did when making the story, and you have to give them props. Like they did a very excellent job and everything. But like, yeah, how did you first encounter Mary Skelter? So I was bored one day around 2022, 2023, around that range, kind of. I was bored and I kind of just browsed the web and I saw this list in Reddit called interesting like Switch games. And one of those games they listed in the Reddit was something called Mary Skelter 2. And it perked my interest. And I decided, I want to do research. What is this game? And I looked it up. I learned that, oh, it's a dungeon crawler. Okay, that's neat. What else? It was made by Compound Heart and Ideal Factory. Hey, I know them. They do the Neptune games. I like the Neptune games. They're pretty cool. Like, and then I noticed that Amazon was selling it for like $40, and I found out that Mary Sculpture 2 was a 2-in-1 deal, as not only it came with the second game, it also came with the first game. So I went like, yeah, that's an absolute bargain. $40 for 2 games. That's honestly a good deal. So I bought it in Amazon. It came. I booted up on my Switch. I played the first game until I got to the second half. Like I finished the first half and then I quit because I didn't get into the second game. because of reasons later I will explain. But so I went like, huh, I'm really liking the second game, but it's not clicking with me. Like, I don't know why, it just didn't click. So I decided, hey, it came with the remake of the first game. Maybe it will change my mind if I play the remake of the first game first. And the moment I did, I ended up falling in love. I love the first game story to death. And despite my gripes with the remake in terms of like balancing and such, I love the story. I love the characters. I love the soundtrack. I love everything about the first game. And I managed to get both the bad and good ending. And I was like, man, I want to do the post-game dungeon. And then, you know, the requirements to do the post-game dungeon for the remake requires you to get the good ending, but also the true ending of Mary Sculptor 2. So it made me go like, okay, so I need to go back to Mary Sculptor 2. So I resetted my progress in Mary Sculptor 2. And from that point on, all of the things that didn't work with me when I first played 2 ended up going away. I became so engaged with the story of the second game. I was loving how they handled the new characters, but also how they handled the returning characters. I love the changes that they did to the gameplay, even though I felt like 2 was like piss easy. Like, Mary Sculptor 2 is like the easiest game of the series. Even on the harder difficulty, it's the easiest game, but outside of that, I did like the changes that 2 introduced. And the soundtrack is great as ever. I like how they expanded the lore. That was the thing that made me like 2 a lot. They expanded the lore that was introduced in the first game in a way that it was a natural continuation rather than like a shitty retcon and whatnot. And I loved it so damn much. And I got to the ending sequence of 2. I got both the bad and then I got the true ending afterwards. And I honestly cried at the end of the true ending. It was so good. It was really well done, especially if you play the first game first. Like, it was a really well done true ending and such. So I ended up going like, okay, I met the requirements to do the post-game dungeon for the remake. So I ended up doing the post-game dungeon, did that to completion. I ended up getting the golden ending, which is a very, very excellent ending. Like, the golden ending of the remake is so good. And it also builds up, well, not builds up, it sets up the events for Finale, which will become my favorite Mary Sculptor game. Finale is my absolute favorite, other than the first game, well, the original version of it and whatnot. But yeah, I ended up buying the limited edition for Finale, the Switch version to be more precise. And I ended up playing that one to completion. I got all the endings. I did everything the game has to offer. I even did the 2 spin-off games that was included in Finale, and I liked it a lot. Like, very good like conclusions to the franchise and everything and whatnot. Eventually, I managed to get my hands on the original version of Mary Sculptor 1 on the PS Vita, and I ended up playing it. I absolutely loved my experience with it. I was like, damn, the original is a lot better than the remake, that is for sure. I like the original more and everything, and it kind of solidified some of the things I didn't like about the remake and everything. Oh god, I'm yawning a lot. Eventually, Steam was having a sale for the original version of Mary Sculptor 1. So I decided to buy that version. And I went like, huh, I want to stream this. I want to stream Mary Sculptor. So I ended up streaming it, and that's how you eventually got the current Mizu in terms of streaming. And whatnot. I literally started my streaming career with Mary Sculptor. and everything. But yeah, I streamed the original version. God, wait, I need a cough. Hold on. Okay. I coughed. I coughed it out. All right. So I streamed the original Mary Sculpture 1. Then after that, I read the prequel novel. Then I streamed 2, the Switch version, because that's the only version of Mary Sculpture 2 I have. I didn't buy the PC version. I didn't stream the remake, but only like the post game dungeon stuff because I didn't want to stream the entire first game again. But you know me, except you're gonna have good old Mizu like just completely complain about like the remake changes and such. Like I'd rather like not do that. So I ended up just streaming like the post game dungeon stuff and everything. But after that, I streamed the Switch version of Finale to completion, and like that's how I ended my. Oh wait, shoot, I forgot. I read the prequel novel to Mary Sculpture 2. I forgot I mentioned that. I read the prequel novel to Mary Sculpture 2, and then I did the remake. I forgot I mentioned that part. My bad. My memory's kind of foggy, and also I'm getting like too excited with my talking. Yeah, and then I streamed the Switch version of Finale to completion. Then after I did that, I read the prequel novel, and then I did the 2 spin-off games that came with Finale, and that's how I ended my my initial Mary Sculpture streaming marathon and such. And I enjoyed every single minute of it. I met so many fans. I managed to literally build my community from that, and I'm very happy for that. I just really love Mary Sculpture a lot and everything. So yeah, after that point, I just started streaming not random games. I streamed all sorts of games. I streamed Blaze Blue. I streamed Final Fantasy PSP version. I streamed Dungeon Travelers. I streamed Senran Kagura, etc., etc. I streamed a lot. I streamed a lot of games and everything. And you know, eventually I started streaming Death and Request because I wanted to do an anniversary like stream and such. And everything. But like yeah, that's kind of like my history. There's a lot of things that happened and everything. But yeah. The Taku community based on Mary Sculpture. Yep. I literally made a bit of a community on good old Mary Sculpture, and I'm very glad for that. Also, I realized that an hour has passed, and I literally spent that hour just like literally talking and like talking. I do want to rest my voice for a bit by getting some water, so I'm gonna do BRB break. I'll be right back. I'll probably play like maybe another hour of Mary Sculpture Finale, and then I'll call off stream. Also, I'm gonna get myself a bit of a lunch as well, so I'll make the BRB break maybe 10 to 20 minutes, maybe around that range. I think that's how long it will take for me to get my lunch and like, you know, start eating it and such. So yeah, let me pull out the BRB screen. And whatnot, and then I'll type in like lunch break 10 to 20 minutes and such. So yeah, take this as your opportunity to get your own lunch, get a drink, use the restroom. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. That was a good lunch break. I feel refreshed. But yeah, what you guys wrote down. Do you think you'll send Chibi Red to a rigger for VTuber model? Not really, if I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know what. I don't know. I'll just put it like that. I don't know. I don't even think okay, technically I could try to do it, but that requires me to make a lot more art for the Chibi Red. Like, this is official like art from the artist. That means we have to, like, you know, make new art for the Chibi so that the rig person, well, the rigger, has to, you know, make it work essentially. Kind of like a new model sort of thing. But yeah, she's stuck in this position. Oops. But she's stuck like this. She's always gonna be in this position. In order for a VTuber model to work, you need to make like multiple, like, I wouldn't say multiple versions, but you have to make a version where you can like I don't know, T-pose, I guess, kind of like the the default model sort of thing, so that it's easier for the rig person to, you know, start doing their magic and everything. But I can't draw. I'm not gonna do commission either, so I don't know, man. They fixed the Linhart translation. Wait, are you playing PC version? No, this is PS4. I'm playing PS4. For some reason, it's called Island here. But if you go into the map, it's called Tower. Like, look. See, it's called Tower here. Like, at the little corner. The mini-map corner. But if you look at it through the end of the map menu, it's called Island. So it's so weird. That's called Island here. But every time the character talks about the location, they call it the tower. They call it Linhart Tower. But hey, Ruto, how are ya? How are ya? Welcome, welcome. I just got back from my lunch break. Look, we have Shina.
急に押すな。背はこれから伸びるの。背はこれから伸びるの。背はこれから伸びるの。で、あったかいかも。うわ、急に押すな。うわ、急に押すな。背はこれから伸びるの。
We have Sleepy.
これ好き？なでて。なでて。あったかい。あったかい。
There, Rapunzel.
待った待った。待った待った。えへへ。タッチ。タッチ。どうしたの？
Oh wait, I forgot to change the category. Wait, hold on. I knew I was forgetting something. My bad, guys. Hold on, hold on. Oh yeah, how are you, Ruto? How's your day? Oh, look at this funny guy. It's just a bunch of mushrooms on a chair. Just burn it to the ground. I want another one of it. Another armor. So we can give it to like Rapunzel and Sleepy. I need Sleepy to have a bow and arrow. Why did they thought it was a good idea to make her start with a punk knife? She's an archer. She's not a melee character. Anyway, I'm doing fine. Just had a weird dream of I stream a racing game under stress. Oh, that sucks. Being under stress. What was it? How was, like, what happened in it? It was a bit scary. Oh, I see. Well, if you don't want to talk about it, then that's completely fine. I'm not gonna force it out of you. Yeah, we can grab a couple accessories. Hold on.
れ灰になれみんな無事ちょっと大人になったよ進める
Let's see, hammer,
何か見っ
rations. Oh, that's the shortcut. Okay.
雑魚的だわ僕の前ラプンツェル頑張れ絶対に仕留める灰になれ手加減しないから灰になれこんなんじゃ満足できないわみんなのおかげ
That was a lot of experience. Oh, here's the nightmare. Hold on. It's over there. Let's go fight it. Where are you? Come on. Oh, wait, I'm getting called. Wait. Hold on.
ラプンツェル頑張れ灰になれよかった嫌な感じ
Alright, I'm getting called, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. My family asked me if I wanted some strawberries. Also, they needed me to help carry stuff in. But yeah, sorry about that. But what you guys wrote down? How many Tekken games do you own so far? I only have like one game, and it's like Tekken 4. I don't really play a lot of Tekken games, I'm gonna be honest. Ever had a dream where you were playing a game under stress? Not completely. I don't think I ever had dreams like that. I had dreams where like I'm in the game, but I'm like stuck under a time limit. I had dreams like that, but never a dream where I'm playing a game and I'm like under stress while playing it. Oh no! Like I remember having a dream where I was playing God. Like in the dream, I was in the world of God of War 2, the Greek God of War games. I was in the world of God of War 2, and I was told I have to kill minotaurs and such. But I was under like a specific time limit, and I was playing in it like the difficulty setting was like the hardest mode. So I was like, wait, I didn't play this on the hardest difficulty. I played it on Titan mode. I didn't play it on the hardest difficulty. And whatnot, so I got my ass whooped. But I wasn't under, well, I wouldn't call it stress. I would just be like, I was underprepared and whatnot. So yeah, I never had a dream like that, where I was playing a game under stress. Never had it. It's always either I'm in the game and I'm forced to do something that's very painful, or I'm just having the usual random dreams. Are you planning on buying G6 or 7? Not really. I'm not really a Tekken fan, so I'm not gonna buy a lot of their games. I'm also reminded of that question someone posted on this channel before. If I was dreaming about my waifus, I'll be playing Win this company on the dream by now. I mean, the waifus in that game are pretty great. I know a lot of people like certain characters in it, to the point that there was literal memes of said character. On the bright side, at least I wasn't dreaming of playing Mary Skelter. Oh, what's wrong with being in the world of Mary Skelter, Ruto? It's not that bad when you ignore the PP tower and how the mayhems work and everything. It's not that bad of a place. Have you been to Chili's yet, like the restaurant? If so, I have. I thought the food was okay.
得できないわ。
Hey, if I dream about that, I'll probably end up as a normal citizen rather than a blood maiden Viking. You don't want to be a blood maiden, Ruto? You don't want to have cool abilities and cute outfits? The only downside is that you're gonna go cuckoo crazy if you get too much corruption. That doesn't sound like a bad deal, right? I don't know what chili is. Oh, chili is a restaurant. You will find it mostly in America. I don't remember the type of food that they serve. Oh, what kind of cuisine was it? Hold on, let me check. I would say chili serves a lot of, how would I describe it? I wouldn't say it's Mexican food, even though there's some Mexican dishes there. I would say it's more like Roadhouse food. You know, like Texas Roadhouse sort of thing. Kind of like big piles of ribs and like burgers and like crispy fries and steaks and other, you know, like steakhouse stuff that you might see in America and whatnot. I know there's more to their menu than that, but that's kind of like their main gimmick sort of thing. They usually add like spicy seasoning in there as well. They also do burgers. That's like kind of the best way I would describe their menu, but what are you up to? Less that and more I wouldn't survive. Don't worry, Ruto, you just need to like be friends with a blood maiden. That's all you need. Guarantee safety. Just be friends with a blood maiden. They will have your back. Unless they go crazy. And that means you have to give them your blood. Who knows, you might be one of the lucky few who are like a blood youth. Think about it, Ruto. You might find Princess lazy. You're gonna find your own princess lazy and everything. Think about it, Ruto. Think of the benefits. Who cares about the probability of survival? Just think of the good things. The chances of finding Princess lazy, yes, is gonna be pretty good. Let's see. There's a Dream for Me deal for $10.99 that has burger, Mexican steak, chicken, seafood, side dishes, drinks, and appetizers. Oh, that's nice. That's nice that you managed to find a good deal for Chili's. I don't really eat there because I just think the food is okay. Wait. What do I need to do? Is there like a switch? I'm assuming I need to do something with Carlo. But, oh my god, I need to grind. I need to grind for them. They're too squishy. They're gonna die. Are you kidding me? Wait, I want to break its armor. Hold on. Yes. Alright. We're gonna give that to Gretel for now. And then we have to heal him up. And this part of the game will literally, like, test you. Like, no joke. This will literally test you. You're given 2 squishy characters. You need to you better like try your best to make them work. I mean, I need an A- for like stuff later on, but kind of want the plus so I can do blood farms with him. Yeah, like this spot here. Kind of an okay spot.
私の番ね。
God damn it, stop hitting Hamlin.
地獄へ送ってやろう。我慢できない。容赦しないわ。
Alright, Gretel. Kind of works.
恐怖しろ。かかってこい。地獄で後悔するがいい。
There we go. Oh,
当然の勝
HP
利だ。
recovery. Oh, beautiful. We got some SP back too. Oh, wonderful. But yeah, what crystals? Yeah, this is a okay spawn. We need armor.
これでよ
we
これでよし。
we need armor.
空だぞ。空。はっおい。おいおい。空。
Okay. Let's try to level them up. I want to at least get to the end of this chapter as like level 6 or 7. Like around that range. Wait, there's a better one here. Oh my god, hold on. Both. Really? This is the time you're gonna give me a bow and arrow. None of them can't use. I can only give it to Sleepy and I can't trade items yet.
やめろ。やめろ。 何を選ぶっすか？無事ケーキできた。
Oh, yeah, I have a spacey.
空。
That works.
自分っすね。
Reload for now. Give it this man.
相手になろう。あの世で後悔するがいい。ご苦労だったな。
Yay, level
我を
up.
叩いてもいいぞ。
Hamlin, I really need the speed. I really need you to be faster, Hamlin.
それ。使う。 手に入れたぞ。手に入れたぞ。始めましょう。相手になろう。受けてみよう。ご苦労だったな。興味深い変化ね。
Okay, Gretel, you're doing okay.
何度も
This
手だ。
melee. You already have a melee. Okay, this is good for tanking, but I'd rather try my luck in the blood farm to see how I get a better equipment from that. Maybe I can grab from here. You can toss this.
使う。 やっと進めるわ。
Alright. That we're gonna fall in. But we don't want that. I hear the ding. I hear the nightmare. What's this? Oh wait, it was these
テスト
spaces.
開
Okay.
始自分っすね。私ここで
Smack that, smack
行く
her.
ぞ。地獄へ
She
送ってやる
one-shots
我ら
this.
の勝利だ。使うわ。それ。
Grab that.
使うわ。
Toss. It's beyond dream. Come on.
それ。それ。
Finding.
使うわ。それ。 行くぞ。使うわ。それ。見つけたわ。自分っすね。行くっすよ。ここで行くぞ。地獄へ送ってやろう。やるっす。行くっすよ。私の番にありがとう。未知の領域だ。大丈夫なんだから。
Alright, how much farther Pyre can go?
嫌な予感。力が僕の。来たよ。やるぞ。うりゃー。僕の番。よーし。うりゃー。おや手加減しないから。灰になれー。こいつ絶対に仕留める。灰になれー。こんなんじゃ満足できないわ。僕の番。力もりもり。
There we go. It's a person, guys. They're sitting on a chair. I wonder why.
よかった。すっきり。空気が
Hmm? Oh, hold on. I'm getting called. Wait. Pause. Okay, I'm back. Rare enemy. Rare enemy. Alright, we need to kill this thing. Yes, it didn't run away. Good. Ah, beautiful. Yep, idiots guy. Here, something like that. We have the key for that, so we're able to go through. This is bad. This is bad. Wait. I hate this. You can't even use items either because none of these characters can use it, so that sucks. Is that my... Oh no, I have a bunch of revives. Alright, that's fine. Alright, level 5, good job. Grab that, herbal tea. Wait, I didn't want to jump over there. Oops. And then we do something. D-poison. Oh, that's a funny move. No! The trap killed it! I don't get experience from it. Pain sickle. You can only use spears, but your defense is not good. Even if I were to give you stuff like this, it's not gonna help. It's better to get the equipment from the blood farm at that point. Okay, I'm glad that didn't kill it. cut. Unlock that.
空気寿司
Maybe this.
いいもの発
Metal drink. I mean, that's fine. More SP will cover it.
見
Giant hammer. It's okay.
いいもの発見
Power wrist.
何か見つ
We could give it a sleep.
け夜朝のパンおいしそう絶対に仕留める灰になれやるぞー
Yay! It got flipped. Take times 2 damage.
こんなんじゃ満足できないわ
Alright, I don't think we can continue here until we do Carla's side. I want to go harvest the things I dropped over there. Training gear, half helmet, power ribbon, training gear, anyway. That's actually good. Training gear is not that bad. I think these are these are way better to give. So something like this, and then you get this. Training gear, I think it's fine for the most part. I want to get more accessories maybe later. Well, we could try to get new weapons. Let's hope one of them is a bow and arrow for Sleepy. Carla, we need to go back and grab your blood form stuff.
感がするわ空気が重くなったようなそれ警戒しないとなんとか無事だな慎重に行くぞ
Oh god, my back.
出直していらっしゃい。
Alright, let's harvest.
聞くがよい。よっしゃー嬉しいな。
Yeah, these are way better. In terms of defense, yeah, it's way better. Not bad, not bad. Is it good? That sucks. That's sad. I was hoping for some good, like, weapons for them, but oh well. Had to make do what I have. Yeah, this thing. Are we finding new weapons for her? No. I was hoping we might get a scythe or something, but oh well. Oh, this is a good spot. Holy crap! Hold on. Yeah, probably not doing it. And then we're gonna do that. Weapons here. No.
我らの勝利だ。終わったのね。
So we're gonna go over
手に入れ
there
たぞ。
for the story event.
それそれ。
Oh, I can't send it? Oh, I need fire. Yeah, I need fire. Alright, alright. Let's go check on my girl, Red. Because I know Mary's stuck until we get Jack out. My girl, Red. And also, question mark guy who will be called Drew later on. We could technically fight the mini bosses for them already. So let's do that.
私なんて ナイトメアの気配が。嫌だな。ここまで来れば。
Oh, it's just a revival item. Oh well. I mean, that's nice at least.
よし。迷いますわね。
Agility down. I don't need
これで
that.
どう育つか楽しみだね。うん楽しみですわ。と。気をつけて。覚悟してくださいまし。片付きましたわね。 取れたわ。いい香りですわ。香りですわ。いい香りですわ。よしですわ。よしですわ。収穫。
Wait. wait. The utility knife. Those are some good stats for the utility knife. But everything else is not good. The knuckles should have gotten like a buff or something. Should have. Shame. For shame.
何を植える？どう育つか楽しどうちゃんこれでちゃんと育ちなこれでいいわ。早くどう育つか楽しみだね。とこの戦闘開始ですわ。覚悟なさいませ。待ってました。片付いたわ。 戦闘が始まる。覚悟なさいませ。待ってました。みんな怪我なかった？
Let's go with Jody up. Alright, so this is the mini boss encounter. We can technically do it, because let me save Drew Jack.
もう私なんて
All right, let's go. Let's go, my girl. Let's go.
あれこの監獄島のコアじゃない
Right, skip the event.
腕が鳴りますわねですわねやっですわ待ってましたはあ任せなさい思いっきり行くわよ出番ですわね私の番だねは
There you go. Easy.
あ片付いたわ
Have you seen the Slayer series yet? I have seen that. Who hasn't seen the classic Slayers? Like, who hasn't seen that classic? Like, for real, who hasn't seen it? I know it's a bit of an oldie, but who hasn't seen it?
倒した
Yay, we did it. We beat the mini boss. We need to destroy those cores because it's part of, well, story-wise, we have to do it in order for us to, like, get to the end of the dungeon.
ラッキーですわ戦闘開始ですわなさいませ待ってましたはあ片付きましたわね
Wait, hold on. Yeah, better to give it to Red. Me, despite it being on my enemy list for years. Oh, that's a shame. You need to watch it. Or see it. I like it a lot.
Lucky ですわ
I even played some of the Slayer games and I enjoyed them quite a lot. I enjoy it quite a lot.
戦闘が始まるわ出番ですわね出番だねはあ任せなさいこれでも食らいなさいちょっと力覚悟なさいませ当然の
Alright,
結果ね
as long as none of the girls go into Blood Sculpture, then we're fine. Because, if any of the girls go into Blood Sculpture when you're playing Drew Red's, event, it's an instant game over because of plot reasons. I could go into detail of it, but, basically, they don't have the means to get out of Blood Sculpture at the moment, so we have to be careful when we're playing that story.
よし勝ったいいもの見つけた
Sun Key, alright. I mean, I could give it to Dummy. A little better. I just need body armor. I just need to find another prisoner garb, and we have to shrink it.
相手になるわよ出番ですわねですわ私の番だね来たわかなみんな怪我なかった
Okay, Cinderella's probably gonna go into blood. Well, I'm not risking it I'm not risking. Where's the sleeping pills? I'm not risking it. Found it. And then we need we're gonna just take her back to home camp. Have you planned to see Ghibli films that you haven't seen other than The Boy and the Heron? I haven't seen that Ghibli film at all. The only Ghibli films I've seen are Kiki's Delivery Service, Spirited Away, Princess Mononoke, Princess Mononoke, personal favorite of mine. Howl's Moving Castle, that's like my absolute favorite Ghibli film. I saw Ponyo, and I saw The Secret World of Ariete, and that was it. Those are the only Ghibli films I saw. I didn't watch any of the newer ones, especially The Boy and the Heron. I just never watched it. My friend watched it. He told me it was okay.
嫌な気配は逃げ切れたわね。そうだね。収穫よしよし取れたわ。収穫迷いますわね。ちゃんどこれこれでよし。敵だよ。出番ですわね。ですわ。はあ、たいもないですわね。いい香りですわ。取れたわ。いい香りですわ。よしですわ。戦闘開始ですわ。覚悟なさいませ。待ってました。見てなさい。思いっきり行くわよ。片付いたわ。
Wait, I could have got a
Sorry,
I could have got a better one.
無駄な時間じゃないの？
Hold on. I should reload my save.
そんなもんよ。いったった。
Which one you want to see the most? Nordiska Castle in the Sky, where Marie is there. Whisper of the Heart, The Cat Returns, Palm Poco, Grave of the Fireflies, or Totoro. I would say Palm Poco, Grave of the Fireflies, Totoro, Castle in the Sky, and Noriska. I think those are the ones I will probably want to watch.
収穫よし、取れたわ。戦闘が始まるわ。出番ですわね。出番だね。よいしょ、任せなさい。思いっきりいくわよ。よし、勝った。よしよしよしですわ。取れたわ取れたわ取れたわ。
Come on. I want a better gun.
収穫取れたわ。よし。
Yeah, this is better. This is better.
よし、取れたわ取れたわ。泣けないよ。いや、出番だね。よいしょ、覚悟なさいませ。ですわ、見てなさい。これは痛いわよ。やだ、出番だね。とりゃー、片付きましたわね。取れたわ。よしよし。どうしようかしら。これ早くこれちゃんどうちゃんこれ早く育つといいですわね。はい、こんないったった。戦闘開始ですわ。そこだ。片付いたわ。レベルアップ
This one.
見つけましたわ。行くよ。
今どこかで
隙だらけだ。待ってました。よいしょ、行きましたよ。見てなさい。
There you go. Good job. Killed a rare enemy.
チェックよ。こちらでよろしくて。こうですの。
Alright, that one we need to flip on Ju's side to like do the boss battle for this area.
仕方ない。 時間もない。
I'll get to Ju's mini boss and then I'll call off stream there because I feel like that's like a good spot for me to end. Oh yeah, wait, I want to save. Hold on.
収穫。よし、植えました。はい、植えました。これでいいだろう。はい、ほい。そら、そら。
監獄島はどうして
Alright, let's do this.
みなぎってます。行きますよ。行きますよ。
任せておけ。傷つけさせてしまう。
ですね。行きますよ。それ。
力かすめ。
出番ですね。なるいです。
How do you miss?
白雪の番。来ました。仕方ないですね。皆さんのおかげです。
Yay, we did it! That means the nightmare's no longer gonna like chase us anymore because we destroy all of the cores, which means we're near the end of this dungeon. Excuse me. Oh god, my burp. But yeah, we're practically almost done with this tutorial dungeon. Let me go save and then I'll call off stream. Alright. Pause. Let me go to the ending screen. When do you start straying away from mainstream movie shows and games? I would say it's around... I would say I started to not watch mainstream movie shows and games roughly around like 2021-ish range. Like around there. Because at the time, I just didn't find anything interesting mainstream wise. I just went back to my old games and just constantly played them. And everything. I literally just didn't really had a reason to play any game that like any new games and such. Like granted there were some like hidden gems that I found during that year, but from that point on I just didn't really play anything that was brand new or just watch anything new. I just went back to my old games, and if I did find a game that was interesting, then I'll just like, pick it up and like, on a whim and such. But yeah, I just constantly played old games and everything. But yeah, oh my god, we did so much today. I got to the end of chapter 7. We're at chapter 8. We're almost done with Death and Request. We just have to finish chapter 9, 10, and 11. And I'm like, Ruto, I'm almost done with Death and Request. Like, I'm almost done. Literally, I got to chapter 8. Not only that, but I did a little bit of the pain area, and I got Shina's ultimate weapon. So Shina's like good to go in terms of like weapon, in terms of like weapon equipment. I just need to get like better armor for her, and she's like ready to go. She's ready to kill some stuff. Ooh, nice. Yeah, yeah. And everything. I am gonna plan on doing the DLC, Ruto, the DLC that revolves around Clea. I'm planning on doing that, and then I'll definitely do the Al DLC, the one where essentially Al just goes on an adventure where it's just lucky go lucky. No one dies in it, literally. Like no one dies in it. Al is just having the time of her life. And when it's literally like happy go lucky time with Al. I will stream that. Those two DLCs. I'll probably stream it around after we beat after we beat up one of our friends in chapter 8. The moment we finish beating up one of our friends, I'll do the DLC. And whatnot. I'll probably do the Al one. And then I'll save the Cleo one after we beat up my best girl in like chapter 9. And whatnot. But like yeah. What do you guys wrote down? Reject 2010's mainstream gaming. Embrace Blood Maidens in no games. Exactly. Embrace the Blood Maidens. Embrace your waifus. For me, I'm gonna embrace my Red Riding Hood. For Ruto, is gonna be Princess Lazy. I don't think she mind either. And when yep, mainstream Japanese games and maybe Holoverse. Yeah, I have not played a Holoverse game since Genshin, but that was like day one Genshin sort of thing. Back when the Earth country was like the newest country and whatnot. But yeah, that was a pretty good recap. So I'll say my thanks and I'll say my goodbyes. Oh yeah, schedule. I forgot to schedule. Okay, so no stream tomorrow because of personal things. Um, I'll probably stream Monday. The keyword's probably, is not guaranteed. Tuesday, I will definitely stream. No stream Wednesday because I am gonna hang out with friends that day. And Thursday and Friday are gonna be mystery days until I say like yeah, I'm definitely gonna stream in those and such. But like yeah, that's the schedule. If you're wondering about the usual, the time is gonna be the usual 11 a.m. PST time, unless I start a little later, a little earlier, and such. But yeah, that's it for schedule. So I'll say my thanks and I'll say my goodbyes. So thank you all for watching me. I appreciate it a lot. Those who've been lurking, I appreciate the support. You guys are cool. Those who've been chatting with me, I enjoy the conversations we have. Honestly, today's conversations are not bad. We just talked about all sorts of topics. One of them literally making me talk about ecchi genre and how there's an actual difference in the ecchi genre, like the old definition and the new definition. And whatnot, and like talked about like certain series that may or may not be considered ecchi and whatnot, and also me talking about a little bit of my personal history when it comes to the dungeon crawling genre. But yeah, I do appreciate a lot. Also, like Rudo comes in and just let we just started a conversation about Mary Skelter. We just end up talking all sorts of random things about Mary Skelter. I'm really glad for that. But yeah, thank you all for that. So I'm gonna say my goodbyes now. So have a good day. Have a good night. Have a good afternoon, whatever time it is on your side of the world. This is Final Music saying goodbye. Goodbye. Bye bye. Yay. Yeah, yeah. Bye bye. Hope you guys have a good day.